All right. All right. Good morning. It is currently 3:45 a.m. and of course, today's date is the 16th of July 2025. How are y'all doing? How are you doing? Welcome to the late night show. Late night show, ladies and gentlemen. It is your boy Genesis and of course, you are tuned into the Genesis show. Yes, we're back. Yes, we are back for another episode. This one is titled Trump, the OG. Okay? Because, look, you can say what you want. You can say what you want. This man is the OG. Okay, he's here. Of course, the usual before he goes on a trip, he talks to the press. While he's on a trip, he talks to the press. While he's on his way back from the trip, he's talking to the press. As soon as he lands, he's talking to the press. So a lot of people say this man is the most transparent president of all time. But who knows? Some people may disagree. But with that being said, he's here, the White House. Okay, he's here at the White House and he's with Caroline Levitt and he's going to talk to the press before he goes to Pennsylvania. This happened yesterday in, say, the late morning hours. So we're going to check that out. And then we're going to go to Pennsylvania and listen to what he said. Don't forget, doesn't matter if you are a Republican, a Democrat, independent. It does not matter. What matters is you are an American and you love the United States. You believe the United States is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. That's what matters. That is what matters. All right, we're going to listen to this. And he actually spoke about the Jepstein files, like I call it. I call it the Jepstein files. Yes, he spoke about it. So if you are interested in that, stay tuned. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. Be nice, okay? Be nice in the comment section. Don't forget, this is the United States. This is not the divided states. So stay united. It doesn't matter if you support Trump or you support Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or whoever you support. Just stay united, okay? Don't forget, we are the United States. Don't forget that. All right, here we go.
We brought our star along here. We're going to Pittsburgh. We're going to be touting about, actually, going to be numbers like nobody's ever heard before. It's mostly to do with AI. We have tremendous investments being made, literally trillions of dollars of investments being made in our country on AI, artificial intelligence. I don't know if the word artificial is a good word, but that's the word. That's what they've chosen. So I think we're going to have a very successful trip. We had a good call with the Texas congressman this morning, as you probably heard, and that went very well. And do you have any questions? Yeah.
President, your reaction to the latest numbers from the Labor Department saying that inflation rose slightly last month?
Very slight. Essentially, they were exactly as anticipated. Very low inflation. So what you should do is lower the rate. The Fed should lower the rate immediately.
Mr. President, can you take care of
We had a big win with the Supreme Court on the Department of Education. We want, as you know, we want to bring education back to the states, take the federal government out of it. A little tiny bit of supervision, but very little, almost nothing. Like to make sure they speak English. That's about all we need.
Mr. President, do you believe that someone might be in a struggling failing school right now? We can tell that.
Well, we have school choice, and we're getting school choice approved all over the country. We just got it done in Texas, and school choice is the answer. Yes, Mr. President.
Given like the 50 days, what happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Well, get more aggressive.
Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on, and other sanctions go on.
Mr. President, target Moscow. Zelensky target Moscow, sir. Zelensky target Moscow as deeper into Russia?
No, he shouldn't target Moscow.
Mr. President,
President, what about Ukraine? Are you willing to give long-range missiles to Ukraine as well? And are you happy about the 50 days?
No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President, why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days to prosecute his war against Ukraine?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is very long, and it could be sooner than that. I don't think 50 days is very long.
Mr. President,
You should have asked that same question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? You should ask that question. Yeah, and what did he tell you? Why did he get us into this war? You know why he got us in? Because he's a dummy. That's why. And you don't cover it right. But you should be asking that question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? Because he's incompetent. It would have never happened if I were president.
Mr. President, do you believe your...
What's the deal with Indonesia? What are the terms?
So we made a deal with Indonesia. I spoke to their really great president, very popular, very strong, smart, and we made the deal. We have full access to Indonesia, everything. As you know, Indonesia is very strong on copper, but we have full access to everything. We will pay no tariffs. So they are giving us access into Indonesia, which we never had. That's probably the biggest part of the deal. And the other part is they are going to pay 19%, and we are going to pay nothing. I think it's a good deal for both parties, but we will have full access into Indonesia. And we have a couple of those deals that are going to be announced. India basically is working along that same line. We're going to have access into India. And you have to understand, we had no access into any of these countries. Our people couldn't go in. And now we're getting access because of what we're doing with the tariffs. So they're paying 19%, and we are not paying anything. And they're going to give us full access into Indonesia. Now, Indonesia has some great product, and they also have some very valuable earths and various other materials. One of the things, as you know, they're known for is very high quality copper, which we'll be using.
Mr. President, do you believe your tariffs might have led for inflation to increase last month? Do you think they had any role?
Well, we had
in the
very
uptick?
little inflation. I don't know. Who do you work for?
USA Today.
What?
USA Today.
Oh, well, they wrote me a beautiful article the other day, so I can't get angry at
What
you.
about the European
USA Today just wrote a very good article about me. What's that all about? So I can't get angry at you. No, there was very little inflation, as you know. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin. So we've had no inflation. All we have is we're making a fortune. We are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You saw we had a surplus of $25 billion last month, which we haven't had in many, many years. We are doing because I'm able to do it. Nobody else would be able to do it. We have tariffs going on because we want tariffs and we want the money coming into the United States. But more important than the money, there's two aspects to tariffs. There's the money, which comes in. The other aspect is that rather than paying the tariffs, the country or the company will build in the United States, make their product in the United States, and that creates jobs. And I would say of the two, probably the more important to me is that. Yeah.
Are you on Ukraine's side now?
No, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on no.
Why?
I want to. You know what the side I'm on? Humanity's side. I want to stop the killing of thousands of people a week. I want to stop the killing. I want the killing to stop in the Ukraine-Russia war. That's the side I'm on.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with this, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job, and I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also, but I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important, and you want credible evidence for something like that, and I think the Attorney General's handled it very well. On what? On the on what? On what subject? A very, very quick briefing. Yeah.
What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appears in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw?
5.
And then what if California, New York, Illinois, and other states?
Yeah, well, that's okay too, but 5. I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and that'll be 5. No, just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
What's the last time you spoke with Fed Chairman Jerome Powell? When was the last time you spoke with him?
Well, when he was in my office.
And what did you tell him when he was in your office?
I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell is too late. He's way late. Interest rates should be coming down. We have a very, very successful country. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, and we don't. Jerome Powell has done a terrible job, and frankly, I don't think he could do a worse job. He's called everything wrong. So they had a report come out the other day, 71 different economists, and me. You know who was right? Me.
Are you going to...
Did you know that? I was right.
I did know, Mr. President. Are you going to appoint Mr. Powell to another term as Fed chair?
You must be kidding.
Have you started interviewing his replacement?
You must be kidding. That's a funny one coming. You had to waste a question like that.
Are you still negotiating with the EU on tariffs? Are you still negotiating with the European Union?
No, we are talking to the EU. And we're making progress. But look, you know, we already have a deal with the EU. It's called the letter that was sent out. I think it was 30%. That's the EU. But we, at the same time, we are talking.
What happens if the EU retaliates?
No, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, your reaction to Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race. Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race.
I think he should stay. I think he has a shot.
Would you prefer him over...
Well, I don't want to say. You know, I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat or an independent. No, I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's, you know, he's running against the communists. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning. Steve, go ahead. We're going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, very respected, and we are going to have a meeting with him probably in Aberdeen, and we're going to do a lot of different things, and we're going to also refine the trade deal that we've made. So we'll be meeting mostly with the, at probably one of my properties, or maybe not, depending on what happens, but we'll be in Aberdeen in Scotland, meeting with the Prime Minister.
Do you have a message for the EU? Mr. President, do you have a message for the EU if they retaliate for your tariffs?
Well, I don't know how they can retaliate. You know, they've made a lot of money, they've treated us very badly, but now they're treating us very nicely. And I think we'll end up, I think everybody's going to be happy with the EU.
What's your preferred party? Are there any plans to meet with Pope Leo in the near future?
Not a plan. I would do it. I have a lot of respect. I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. I like the Pope's brother, and I think I'd like the Pope. But the Pope's brother lives in Florida. I met him, and he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump, and I like him. How about you? Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin. So far, I've been very disappointed with President Putin. I've solved a lot of wars in the last 3 months, but I haven't gotten this one yet. This is a Biden war. It's not a Trump war. I'm here to try and get us out of that mess. Any messages for what? Yeah, go ahead. Do I have a what? For the people of Brazil.
Yes.
Are you from Brazil?
I am. Okay. Prosecutors in Brazil asked the Supreme Court to find former President Bolsonaro guilty. Any word of that?
He's going to trial now, right?
Yes.
When is that trial starting?
Prosecutors, we are asking.
When is the trial for Bolsonaro starting?
When
When
started?
is it?
Months ago.
How is it going?
Now we are asking him to find him guilty.
But they haven't found him guilty, have they?
But what you think?
But have they found him guilty? No. Look, here's the thing. President Bolsonaro is a good man. I've gotten to know a lot of prime ministers and presidents and kings and queens. And I know him, and I'm pretty good at this. President Bolsonaro is not a dishonest man. He loves the people of Brazil. He fought hard for the people of Brazil. He negotiated trade deals against me for the people of Brazil, and he was very tough. And he was tough because he wanted to do a good deal for his country. He was not a dishonest man. And I believe it's a witch hunt, and it shouldn't be happening. And it's not that I know him that, look, he's not like a friend of mine. He's somebody that I know. And I know him as a representative of millions of people, Brazilians. They're great people. And he loves the country, and he fought hard for those people, and they want to put him in jail. And I think that's a witch hunt, and I think it's very unfortunate. And nobody's happy with what Brazil is doing, because Bolsonaro was a respected president. Very respected.
You want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He's a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens. But Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
And tomorrow morning here in Washington, AOC is hosting Zoran Mamdani for breakfast. Were you invited?
I'd love to be. I'd really love to go. I mean, I look forward to meeting them both. I know them both very well through what I read and through what I see. Look, he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see. And I don't think that race is over yet either. You do have a couple of people running against, and it'll be an interesting thing. Things are coming out about him which aren't good. And, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center, and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test. Anyway, have a good time. I like Dan Bongino. Yeah.
Mr. President, do you think Putin respects you and takes your threats seriously?
Pastor John MacArthur, Mr. President. Comment on Pastor John MacArthur.
He gets a little special.
1 second. They get excited over you, right?
They do. They get excited over you.
I don't know why. First question. First, Letitia James, alleged mortgage fraud. Now we have Adam Schiff allegedly committed mortgage fraud at all. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I just saw it, and I think the thing with Adam Schiff is very serious, and I think what they have on Letitia James is very serious. That's a very, very serious situation. But I have to leave that up to the district attorneys and to the prosecutors and to the attorney general, most importantly.
Should Letitia James have a law license based upon the alleged violations of mortgage fraud?
Well, they look pretty open and shut to me, but, I'm not the jury. I'm not the jury. No, looks very serious. And Adam Schiff looks very serious. Look, he's a sleazeball. Everybody knows it. And I was a little surprised. I thought he would have covered his bases a little bit better than that. Adam Schiff is a lowlife. He deserves what he gets.
We'll talk about the Genius Act that you just pushed out. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're going to do that, and we have great support for it. It's a beautiful act. It's the Genius Act is a beautiful act. I even like the name of it. because we need smart people in our country. Thank you, Brian.
Did you get it? Have you spoken to President Putin since the announcement yesterday? Do you have plans?
Mr. President.
Legendary OG. All right, so let's go to Pennsylvania. We've seen that, so we're about to go to Pennsylvania right now. Told y'all, this man always answering all the questions by the press. We're gonna check this out real fast. Yep, we have a couple of things to cover tonight. If you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. What else?
Afternoon. Mr. President, welcome back to Pittsburgh. We're so glad to have you here. A year ago, almost to the day, I was with you at Butler, and I witnessed your strength and your courage on that day, and Dina and I are beyond grateful that you're here safely with us, and we are honored and thrilled to have you back in town. The town we're proud to call home, at such an historic time for our great Commonwealth and for our nation. In your first term, you famously promised you were elected to represent the citizens of Pittsburgh, not Paris. And today you're once again making good on that promise. And what's happening here today is absolutely historic. Your visit and your leadership has catalyzed $90 billion of investment in energy and AI revolution in Pennsylvania. $90 billion. Your presence and those commitments showcase Pennsylvania's story to the world. And today's summit begins to deliver on the promises that you and I made to the working families of Pennsylvania by creating many thousands of new jobs. Mr. President, you and I campaigned on an agenda to make America energy dominant, to secure our nation's AI leadership, to create jobs and opportunity for working families in Pennsylvania and across America. And your policies are working. You're making our country energy dominant once again. You're supporting workers at every level. You've embraced foreign investment and created good paying jobs right here in the United States of America. And you have been unwavering in your commitment to rebuilding America's industrial capacity and securing long-term AI leadership. Those policies are not only crucial to our economic well-being, to the people here in Pennsylvania, but to our national security. And this agenda has galvanized private capital. It's unleashing a new wave of industrial development and job creation across America and in Pennsylvania. And I just want to say I'm so thankful to you, but also to your incredible team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, David Sachs. We have had such incredible leadership and support from your team. Before we talk about those commitments here and what it means for Pennsylvania workers, I know you want to say a few words. And so I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, and it's a real honor to be here. And this is a place that warms my heart. It's we did very well in this state, as you know, 3 times actually, and it's been a tremendous experience. I went to school here, I went to college here, and got to know it very well. And the people are the greatest people on earth, so it's a real honor to be here. And I have to say about David and Dina, they had the toughest race there was. I said, this is going to be a tough one. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people, tens of thousands would be a small crowd. And I'd invite David, and he'd get up and do a fantastic job. And it all worked out, but he won a race that was really not doable. I think his opponent was here for a long time, and his father was there for it's about 50 years at least total. And those people aren't easy to beat, but you beat them. So I just want to congratulate you. That's amazing. And he wouldn't have done it without Dina, that I can tell you. We know Dina. Anybody that knows Dina knows exactly what I'm saying. And, he mentioned Butler, but what nobody really talks too much about because they didn't see the order, but I actually looked down to the right before that thing happened, and I said, oh, there's David McCormick. He's running for the Senate. David, come on up. And there was so many people, there was a little problem he had coming up because I said, look, just do it later. And then about a minute later, so, if you would have come up, I don't know what the hell would have happened, right? Huh? It worked out better this way, right?
Exactly.
I don't know if he would have been around, but other than that, I want to take full credit for that. I said, no, don't bother, we'll do it later. So if I didn't say that, who knows? But really great job. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. And 12 months later, look at what we have. We have a president. We have really, if you think about it, we had a country, and I just left the NATO leaders. I left the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as you know, Emir, so great, and UAE. These are three great leaders. And then we just made a deal with NATO where they pay for everything, and we give them the ammunition and the missiles, and we give them whatever they want. We got to get that war stopped. It's so bad. But every leader said, no matter where, they all said the same thing to me. Some of them separately, but it's the same words, just about. He said, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you had a dead country. We were dead. We didn't think you could ever come back. And now, today, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true. So, we're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's not even close. I don't imagine it's too close. I don't think second is too close. That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we could probably get them up. Let's talk to them right now. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the three countries that I mentioned, and they're great people, great leaders of those countries. But we came back with many, many planes that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen. $5.1 trillion. And we are now at about $16 trillion. And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. And if you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. You're going in the wrong direction. But we have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank, we have some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us. Secretaries Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. Chris Wright's very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, no, I have somebody that's much better than me, right? And Doug never said that in his life. You have to know. I said, this guy must be very good, but what a team they are. We have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right? We never even discussed who's supposed to be the leader of the pack, but boy, it was one instruction, drill, baby, drill, right? And they are drilling. They are drilling. We have the EPA administrator, probably, I must say this, Doug, I hate to say it, Chris and Doug and all of you guys, the most important man on the dais today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week, would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay, nuclear will give him a little more time. But you know, the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy, and you know, his history. He's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable. Almost won for governor, just missed it by a few points, and he's really fantastic. But he's essentially the Environmental Protection Agency, the top man, and he's got things rocking, and already they're building plants and they have their permits. These are permits that would have taken you literally 10 years to get, or I would really say 10 years before they voted against you, because that's really what was happening, and it's crazy all over the country. But we're freeing it up, and he really is going to be able to produce. You know, I'm looking at the numbers of China, where they're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about, our friend, right, President Xi. He can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man, and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already, and they're building plants, and they have already their permits. And I have to I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, you know, it's not my thing. Although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever. He was the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Kaczynski was one of his students. Do you know who Kaczynski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. But Kaczynski, I said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And then he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark and Jeff and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David. You're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now, and maybe even more than that. Remember that? And I said, what, are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually, the number, that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open to destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. And it's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant. And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, I can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, were saying, huh. And then they'd say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up. They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build, we'll make you like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant. And what you'll do is, if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business, because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking. And you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started, but we're going to actually end up doing more than them, and it's going to be done privately, and you're going to own your own electric plants. and they'll be powered by maybe nuclear, maybe gas, maybe coal. You know, we brought coal back in. They won't be powered by wind because it doesn't work. I hate to say it just doesn't work. It's rather intermittent. You don't want it. It causes a lot of problems. But we have every form of fuel that you want to use for your plant. And you'll build a plant, you'll build your electric, and this way you have no excuses, because I didn't want to be the one that said, listen, we're trying to build that grid in 10 years from now, and you wouldn't be able to open. You're going to build it with your own plants. And so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric plants along with their separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of their main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually. White House AI czar David Sachs. David, thank you very much. Great job. David interviewed me on his podcast about, what's that now, 2 years ago or something in San Francisco, and I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him in. But you've been doing great. Thank you, David, very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. They tell me you're doing great. Thank you very much. As well as State Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Kim, thank you. Kim, good job. Kim's very happy right now. State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe, thank you. And State Senator Greg Rothman. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends, these are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful. See, I add the word great. I like to say, because the was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They call it the big, beautiful. But I had great. They took the word great out. I was on a show called Deface the Nation or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. And I said, I want a great, big, beautiful bill. And they named it that. And it really is. It was supposed to be 7 bills. Could have been 2 or 3, but it was supposed to be originally 7. I said, let's put them all together. And if you put them all together, there's going to be something for everybody. And that's what happened. And we got it passed. And Republicans did it. We didn't get one Democrat vote. Think of it. The biggest tax cut in history, and we didn't get a Democrat vote. And so many other things. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. But the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, you got that. Also, the biggest deduction, you know, you have a 10-year period. Last time we had a 1-year period, now you have a 10-year period. And that's what made the first one. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term. And we passed a bill, but that bill, honestly, as good as it was nothing compared to this one. And the biggest thing, and the biggest reason for the success was the deduction. And you're allowed to do it. And this time we're including structure. So you're able to deduct those big structures that you're building. So nobody thought that was even possible. But I want to introduce the people that did it. Dan Muser is here. Where's Dan? Dan, you
Stayed in Washington.
Oh, they're in Washington working on our next bill. Good. They shouldn't be here. Now I don't have to mention their names, you know. Although they're watching on television, I guarantee. Oh, that's right. They're working on our next one, which is coming for a vote, I think, on Friday. Wow, I'm impressed. But JT, GT Thompson, Lloyd Schmucker, John Joyce, Mike Kelly, Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, all terrific people, and Guy Reschenthaler. These are great people. They're warriors. They fought with us. They voted with us. We only had 2 negative votes. I didn't invite those 2 guys to anything. We had a guy named Rand Paul Jr. He's known as Rand Paul Jr. in the House. He always votes no. We had somebody else, I did him a big favor, and I said, well, he's not going to, sir, I don't think so-and-so is going to vote. I won't mention his name. And I said, no, he's going to vote because I did him a very big favor, very personal favor, as big as you can get, having to do with death and life. But having to do, no, he's going to vote. Don't worry about it. Okay, sir, if you tell me, but I don't think we're going to get his vote. Don't worry about it, I said. I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. And sure as hell, he voted against us. And I said another one down, another great move by Trump. Anyway, so much for favors. You know, it's welcome to the world of politics, right? Right, David? We know about that. But we're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China. I have to say, we're way ahead of China. And the plants are starting up, the construction's starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone's saying, where did that? That's been like decades, $25 billion, and that's peanuts compared to what it's. And it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel, mostly, and the rest is starting to kick in. We just made a deal today, a big one with Indonesia, a great deal, and they've opened up Indonesia fully. You know, Indonesia really has great copper, very, very powerful copper, but they have a lot of things, and we have full access to Indonesia. We'll soon be announcing probably, if we do, we do. If we don't, that's okay too. I don't mind, because I'm very happy with the letters that we send out that you'll be paying X%. I almost like it better if you want to know the truth. But Scott and Howard, you know, they like to go the old-fashioned way. Let's work hard to make a deal. I don't know. There's something about pay us 35% of everything, and we're very happy. But I think India is going to open up, and a lot of countries are going to open up. And some that don't, they'll just be paying a very substantial tariff, but peanuts compared to what they should be paying. So we have some amazing things. China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI, and we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips, we have the great everything, and we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and we smile at the back and forth, but we are leading. I heard somebody say before that we're going to try and catch China. We're not catching them, we're leading. And one of the advantages they have is they show the electric that they have it. They're opening up coal-fired plants all over the place. And we're entitled and allowed now to do that too. We took coal, it was taken out of the chain, and coal is actually a very, very powerful. I say you're not allowed to call it coal. You have to call it clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed, John, to call it just coal, because people don't understand. We call it clean, beautiful coal. But China is, I think they're going to be very far behind. Mark my words, I think they're going to be very far, because we have a lot of places going up right now, and they're all going to be great. And they actually feed off each other. But remaining the world's leader in AI will require an enormous increase in the energy production, and that's taking place, and you're doing it yourself, and a massive build out of physical infrastructure and the tremendous technology skill that Pennsylvania has. I mean, you have tremendous skill in this state. Today, the Commonwealth is reclaiming its industrial heritage and taking its place at the forefront of the AI technological revolution. And as I said before, it's an expression I used all during the campaign and screamed it out, "We'll drill, baby, drill." And people went crazy. We had big crowds, as you probably heard, biggest ever, biggest in history. The investments being announced this afternoon include more than $56 billion in new energy infrastructure and more than $36 billion in new data center projects. And a lot more than that are going to be announced in the coming weeks, not even months. I think we could say weeks, right, Howard? In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know the truth. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. $15 billion, that's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow, that's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would get. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic. As another example, Google will be investing billions and billions of dollars to revitalize 2 major hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Say hello to Sergey and Sundar. They've done a pretty good job at Google, I'll tell you. And they have their star right here, so congratulations. That's really fantastic. And under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. That's under Biden. That's not under Trump. That's under Sleepy Joe. Under the Trump administration, America's getting back in the game, and we're going to actually be doing more than they do, as I said. And on day one, I ended the Green New scam. I also ended Joe Biden's war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. Totally ended. Coal has equal, if not greater, status. It's a very powerful. It's a very powerful thing, coal. China, it's sort of interesting. China makes windmills, but how many wind farms do you see in China? I haven't seen any lately. It's sort of crazy. They build the windmills, sell them into our country, sell them all over the world, and they ruin their fields and ruin their valleys. And then you look at China. Where's your wind farm? Well, we have one. We're thinking about one. No, it's the whole thing is crazy. But they use coal, and they're building right now about 52 power plants, all of coal. I signed historic executive orders to expedite construction of brand new nuclear power plants, which is very hot. We've issued an order, as you probably know, 1 month ago, making it very easy and very safe to build nuclear power. And Westinghouse, I know, is represented here, and they're become a whole brand new Westinghouse. Congratulations. It's a great thing you're doing. They were hurt by some very incompetent people. I watched what was going on there, and in the form of regulators, they were really doing a number. Our regulators are the opposite. We'll be very safe, but we're fast and safe, and you're going to get a whole different group of people. But it's announcing plans to build 10 state-of-the-art nuclear reactors in the United States. That's great. Congratulations to Westinghouse. And to further accelerate investment in the industries of tomorrow, 2 weeks ago, we enacted the largest tax cuts in American history when I signed that one big, beautiful bill into law. We're adding to it a little bit, and we're refining it a little bit, all to the positive. And that's why the congressmen, I'll pretend I'm really angry at them, but I would actually be angry at them if they showed up, Lee, right? I'd be much more, if they're here, I would not be happy. The bill allows 100% expensing on all new equipment, something that's never happened before. Factories, research, and as I said before, even structure. To further protect Pennsylvania industry, 2 months ago, I came here to announce my approval of a historic investment deal with Nippon Steel of Japan, to keep U.S. Steel right here in Pittsburgh. And we have a great woman here, Salina Zito. She's the writer. She writes on the Rust Belt and the Midwest, really, but the Rust Belt, anything having to do with rust and belt. Where is Salina? Is she around there someplace? Because I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. And I said, do me a favor, let me do the interview after this. This way we can be right on time. Where is Salina?
There she is up there.
Oh, she's great. You can't be angry at me now, Salina, because I'll be with you. I said, Salina, can we make it after? Otherwise, we're going to keep a lot of money waiting. These people have big money. When I saw the people here, I said, Salina, I'm sorry. I have to delay this. And also, Miss McAdams. Where's Miss McAdams? We're going to do one with her, too. And she's great, with Fox. And she's been fantastic. Stand up. Stand up. Young and smart and vibrant. She's been you've done a great job. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes, all right? That's great. We can't keep this kind of money waiting. These are truly the biggest investors in the world, including my friend John on my left. But these are the biggest investors in the world. I'm sorry, McAdams, and I'm sorry, Salina. That's the way it works. It's very impressive. But Nippon Steel, and we got it, and we have all sorts of protections because of the fact that U.S. Steel was you people years ago. 80 years ago, it was the biggest company in the world, most powerful company in the world, and we were very strong. And Nippon's coming in. They're going to be investing $17 billion. They're going to build new plants all over the country using U.S. Steel, and we have the absolute control because we don't want to lose control of that one name. That one name is very important for to the history of this country. And I think Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. And, you know, in some cases, they could take it back to their country. I said to people, because a lot of people said, well, what do you think? Japanese companies coming in. I said, well, you know, when they spend $1 billion in a steel plant, they're not going to put it on a boat and take it away. It's going to be right here with us no matter what. But they are going to do a fantastic job, and they look forward to it, and they're so excited about it. They actually fought very, very hard to get that deal. And I think when you look at the countless jobs at the Mon Valley Works in Western Pennsylvania, we have something that's going to be really incredible. And we did keep a golden share. You know who has the golden share? I do. I have the golden. Does everybody know what a golden share? A lot of these people from the Middle East, they don't have to worry about golden shares. But we have a golden share, but Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. With that historic announcement and the new commitments being made today, we're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country like I believe like this country has never been run before. I think we have a true golden age for America. We've been showing it, and it truly is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm honored to be in Pennsylvania, and I'm honored to be in Pittsburgh, and you're going to see some real action here, so get ready. Lots of jobs, lots of success. Really a beautiful thing is, it's going to be beautiful to behold. So enjoy yourselves, and I look forward to hearing some of your geniuses speak. If that's okay, I'll stay around, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for being here. And you coming has allowed us to have this incredible summit. It won't surprise you, this summit was Dina's idea. But what it's allowed us to do is catalyze the investment. It's allowed us to get a lot of attention on Pennsylvania's story, and it's allowed us to deliver on the promises you and I talked about, which is jobs for working families, really create opportunity here in Pennsylvania. So it's the manifestation of your agenda. And we're going to talk today about those $90 billion of investment. You'll hear from Blackstone and QTS, CoreWeave, and others. They pledged $36 billion to build data centers. You also hear from companies that invested tens of billions in generating the power needed to run those data centers. We have great investments in natural gas production and pipelines, but also in nuclear. Brookfield's repowering of 2 hydro facilities with Google that you mentioned. The great Pittsburgh company Westinghouse will tell you how they're going to deliver on your call to strengthen America's nuclear power industrial base by placing 10 reactors under construction by 2030. And Constellation, which is here, Joe Dominguez, is upgrading Limerick Clean Energy Center to bring an additional 340 megawatts online. First Energy and Pennsylvania's PPL have collectively pledged $20 billion to build and operate the grid infrastructure required to support a data center renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, and to ensure that ratepayers don't foot the bill. And finally, you got technology companies like Google, that they're investing in bringing the benefits of AI to Main Street, and their AI Works for Pennsylvania initiative, which will offer AI training for 1 million small businesses. The great thing about today is these are not empty promises. These are tangible, real commitments, and they're only the beginning. The distinguished leaders you have around the table here, from Larry Fink to Darren Woods, from Toby Rice to Bruce Flatt, to great global investors like my good friends Chow Kit from Singapore, Haldun Al-Mubarak from the United Arab Emirates. They've traveled long distances to witness firsthand this historic moment and to see firsthand what's happening in Pennsylvania. And these investments are a testament to Pennsylvania's unique resources. Unbelievable natural gas reserves, abundant fresh water, a massive installed base of nuclear power, incredible tech universities like CMU, our host today, thank you, Farnham. Amazing skilled trade engineers represented by Pennsylvania's own Rob Baer and Brandon Bishop here of the National Building Trades. But none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened without your unwavering commitment to unleashing American energy dominance and standing up for workers in Pennsylvania and across the nation. They're going to see those workers' tangible job opportunities here today. These projects will create tens of thousands of construction jobs and thousands of well-paying direct and indirect jobs supporting these projects, supporting these industries. It's going to make a big difference in Pennsylvania communities. So, Mr. President, this is the beginning of an economic renaissance for Pennsylvania. and a huge step forward. And I want to thank you for making it possible and for being here in the Steel City. So let me give you one more hand. Thank you. So with that, if it's all right with you, Mr. President, I'm going to call on a handful of the people here and let them tell you a little bit about what they're thinking and why they're investing. I'll start with, to your left, John Gray, President and COO of Blackstone, $25 billion in data center and energy infrastructure in Northeast PA.
Thank you, Dave. I want to start by thanking President Trump for recognizing the importance of American leadership in AI innovation and for prioritizing the physical investment required in digital and energy infrastructure to make this AI revolution possible. We believe this new technology can lead to a manufacturing renaissance in the United States. Generating electrons will spur economic activity and employment growth right here in Pennsylvania. That also leads me to thank Senator McCormick for hosting this terrific summit, with Dina's help, of course. So many important participants from around the globe have come here, including political leaders in Pennsylvania from both sides of the aisle, who all care about making this state and the U.S. successful in this vital area. By the way, I love this state too. I went to college like you here as well. I met my wife here, and it is a great place. I will say that at Blackstone, we have enormous investments here, and we're very excited to announce that we're going to make a further $25 billion investment into Pennsylvania's digital and energy infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Great.
The investment should catalyze over the next 10-plus year a further $60 billion on top of that into the state. Pennsylvania, as you've heard, is uniquely situated as a strategic hub to power the nation's AI objectives. Abundant, low-cost energy, 20% of the country's natural gas production, and by co-locating data centers next to the natural gas, we eliminate the enormous cost and time delays with these projects, which makes us super bullish on this state. America's AI future obviously requires rapid acceleration of data center construction. Our company, QTS, is the largest independent data center developer and operator in the world. QTS has secured multiple land sites throughout the Northeast of Pennsylvania. We're very excited about that. The co-CEO tag is over there. We're also excited to announce today a JV with Pennsylvania utility PPL to invest in new natural gas generation facilities. These will ensure grid reliability and power Pennsylvania's digital infrastructure, as well as homes and businesses across the Commonwealth. Net here, this continues our long-term partnership at Blackstone with Pennsylvania. We believe 6,000 plus jobs will be created or supported annually over the 10-year construction timeline. Over 3,000 permanent jobs will be created or supported by QTS and its customers. We have long-standing relationships with labor. We plan to continue those here in Pennsylvania, and we intend to commence construction on these projects by year-end 2028. Thank you for having us today, Senator McCormick. Thank you, President Trump, for your leadership. We are honored and excited to be investing in the future of Pennsylvania and the United States.
All right. Thank you, John. That's great. And I'm going to keep us moving because there's so many people here I want to call on. Brian Tierney, CEO of FirstEnergy, a $9.3 billion investment across PA to expand power distribution and strengthen grid infrastructure. Brian.
Thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, particularly on energy security and what it means to our economy.
Thank you.
At FirstEnergy Pennsylvania, we have 6,000 contractors and employees who are thrilled to serve 2 million customers in the state. We are planning $15 billion of investment between now and the end of your term in the distribution grid and the transmission grid to enable things like artificial intelligence development, shale gas development, and any other form of economic and technological development that there is. We have partnered with the unions, the IBEW and the UWUA. We have a journeyman lineman hiring program, and we have an apprenticeship program that will create not just jobs, but long-term good-paying careers for the people of the Commonwealth. We're thrilled to be making this investment in the grid and infrastructure in the Commonwealth and look forward to working with those around the table to make it happen in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. All right. Dan Summer, you know, a Pittsburgh iconic name, Westinghouse, $6 billion. This ties directly to the executive order and your commitment to nuclear power. $6 billion investment to deliver 10 new large nuclear reactors by 2030, consistent with your executive order. And we're so excited about it here. Dan, take it away.
Senator McCormick, thank you. President Trump, you've led on nuclear energy in this country, and you've reinvigorated our industry with the vision that you've set forth in your executive orders. Our industry is reinvigorated. We're ready to mobilize. Westinghouse today is the world's leader in nuclear technology. Over 50% of the reactors that operate in the world use Westinghouse technology, and today, we as a company service over 60% of the world's operating nuclear fleet right here from our headquarters in the Pittsburgh region, actually Butler County, as well as sites around the country and around the world. What we're happy to share today is we've taken the call to action under your executive order to partner with companies across our industry to mobilize a plan to deliver 10 AP1000 reactors in the U.S. with construction to begin by 2030. This is not only critical to achieve your goals with respect to energy dominance and winning the AI race, but it's a driver of massive economic benefit across our country. When we deploy a fleet aligned to your vision, we'll drive $75 billion of economic value across the United States, with $6 billion of value here in Pennsylvania. It's also a jobs machine. Implementing your vision will create or sustain over 55,000 jobs across the country and over 15,000 jobs here in the Commonwealth alone. And these are great jobs across manufacturing, engineering, and construction. And beyond that, we're happy to announce today a strategic collaboration with Google to leverage Google's expertise in AI and AI solutions, along with Westinghouse's AI technology and 75 years of OEM nuclear engineering and construction data to build an AI machine that helps us rethink how to do nuclear construction in this country and honor your commitment and your expectations for us to, when we deliver nuclear, we'll do it on budget and on cost. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Westinghouse and our industry are ready to deliver. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. You almost gave the introduction for my good friend Ruth Porat. Ruth, thank you for being here. And Google is doing a number of things, partnering with Brookfield, which Bruce Flatt is here. Great partnership. We're lucky to have them both engaged in Pennsylvania. Bruce is also the majority owner of Westinghouse. Brookfield's the majority owner of Westinghouse, and also an incredible effort to train 1 million small businesses in AI. So Ruth, please tell us what you're doing in Pennsylvania, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for your leadership, for your clear and urgent direction that our nation invest in AI, in the infrastructure, technology, and energy needed to unlock the extraordinary capabilities and really enable America to continue to lead. And Senator McCormick and Dina, thank you for this extraordinary convening. It really has delivered the energy, no pun intended, that we were striving to achieve here. On behalf of Google, I'm very pleased to be here in Pittsburgh to announce that Google is investing more than $25 billion in data centers and AI infrastructure across the states in this critical PJM region over the next 2 years. And to support the investment, we're investing in 3 additional ways and focused on them. First, Mr. President, to support your mandate for energy abundance, we're investing in hydro, as you referenced. It is a $3 billion 20-year agreement with Brookfield Energy to modernize 2 hydropower facilities in Lancaster County. Second, we've already heard about the importance of the grid. The Department of Energy has estimated that there is up to 100 gigawatts of additional capacity in America's grid infrastructure if we collectively work to unlock it. So at Google, two things. We're applying advanced technology to ensure that we're most efficiently using power from the grid, and we're also working on ways that AI can help to identify and deploy capacity more efficiently. I think what's really exciting also is we're focused on jobs. There are two parts of the focus on jobs. One is really training to support the jobs to modernize the grid. There is an acute need for electrical workers in this country. It's estimated in the 100,000 plus. Last month, Google made a grant to the Electrical Training Alliance to equip more than 100,000 electrical workers with the skills that they need and train 30,000 new apprentices by 2030. Today, we are expanding that grant to increase the projected pipeline of new electricians in Pennsylvania by 64%. Third, we think it is critical, as Senator McCormick said, to build a fair America, an America where everyone has the opportunity for jobs of the future. And to ensure that we can do that, today, starting in Pennsylvania, we're really proud to announce AI Works for America. And through partnerships with leading employers, universities, skilled trades, and manufacturers, we're going to help train American workers and students by teaching them essential AI skills. And as part of this, I'm very proud that Google will be offering free AI training to every small business in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One final comment. We are proud that Pittsburgh is our home. It's been our home since 2006. Our first office was actually right here at Carnegie Mellon, and continuing the trend of this line right here, I also went to school in Pennsylvania, and we're very proud of it. So thank you again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all your catalyzing.
Thanks, Ruth. That's what we like to hear. I want to call on just briefly Mike Intrator. Mike, I want to take note of this for all you CEOs. Mike is the CEO of CoreWeave, which made a big announcement today, $6 billion investment in Pennsylvania, and his stock went way up. So all you CEOs, just take notice. Investing in Pennsylvania is good for your stock price. Mike, please tell us about this project. It's very exciting.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator McCormick. And yes, you're correct. The market responded well to our announcement of investing $6 billion into a Lancaster, Pennsylvania data center. It's a data center that will be able to host some of the most advanced, state-of-the-art computing infrastructure that the country needs in order to maintain its position as the leader in artificial intelligence. The data center will drive 600 jobs for across the trades as we construct the site, and then another 175 jobs of permanent employment. We're extremely excited about the role that this data center is going to play in our plans to be able to support not just the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but the broader Mid-Atlantic region for us. And you know, your support has been incredible across the energy space that's required to deliver clean, reliable power, as well as your support for artificial intelligence at large. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. President, what you hear over and over again are these incredible job creation, but we need workers to be able to fulfill these jobs. And I see my friend Barry in the audience, and we've talked a lot about the need for construction workers. There he is. There's Barry. We have Brandon Bishop with us today from the National Building Trades. And, you know, I was with a bunch of guys from the building trades a couple weeks ago, and they were saying, you know, we don't want to do the apprenticeship program until we're sure about the work. And I said, double, triple, quadruple the programs, right? We got to have skilled workers who can meet the needs. We got a tsunami of opportunity coming for Pennsylvania. And so maybe you could take a minute, Brandon, on that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Mr. President, it's an honor to be here today representing North America's building trades unions and our 3 million members, especially the thousands of highly skilled workers across Pennsylvania who are ready to deliver on all of the historic investments being announced here today. All the projects discussed here today aren't just about energy and innovation, they're about job creation. And all of us in the building trades stand ready to deliver. If you want the highest quality, most productive, long-term labor certainty, Partner with us from day one. Don't just build with us. Stay with us and maintain it for decades. And when you partner with the building trades, you get results. Productivity is 14% higher. Projects cost 4% less on average. They're 40% less likely to face labor shortages, and labor turnover is cut by 2/3. We are the solution to the workforce challenge. Our members are sourced and trained through the largest private workforce development system in the country. Over 16,000 world-class training centers, including many right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. These centers train hundreds of thousands of men and women through our gold standard registered apprenticeship programs, no taxpayer dollars required. And they don't just lead to jobs, they launch lifelong middle-class careers with family-sustaining wages, health care, and retirement. So if you're investing in Pennsylvania, let's talk. Let's plan, let's partner, because there is no workforce more prepared to build the future and no investment more certain than when you build with us. That's what we do. We build, we maintain, and deliver, all while doing it the best way, safely, on time, on budget, and with the highest quality.
Thank you. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so I asked the president. He said I could take the opportunity. We got the A-team here in terms of the cabinet the president put together. So I'd like to do a lightning round and just call on a couple of cabinet members to comment on what's going on in terms of the incredible action and activity at the intersection of the AI revolution, the energy revolution. We got a great team here that's working together. So let me just work my way around the table. Mr. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and then I'll turn to you, Howard, and then you, Chris, and then you, Doug. And Director Zeldin, I'm sorry I didn't mention you before, but I'm so glad you're here. You're doing great things for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. The President's laid the foundation for a golden age economy, and it comes just in time to begin America's 250th anniversary celebration. 3 industries will define the future: manufacturing, energy, and technology. Not coincidentally, Pennsylvania is at the forefront of all 3. For more than 2 centuries, the Commonwealth has been the keystone at the top of the American arch, and politically, economically, and technology has played an indispensable role and will continue to do so under President Trump and Senator McCormick's leadership. The Rust Belt is no more. It's a thing of the past. The factories that industrialized America, won World War II, and built our modern infrastructure are firing up again, and new factories are coming online. Taking place along the blue-collar boom is the CapEx boom that we heard about today, and this is just the beginning. This is the 3rd time I've had the privilege of being in the Iron City in less than a year. I was here President Trump's final day on the campaign trail at the auditorium at the Duquesne Arena, and I saw the steel workers there to support him. I was back 3 weeks ago when he announced the Nippon Steel deal at the U.S. Steel plant, and it's an honor to be here with all of you today and see this CapEx boom along with a workers boom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right, my good buddy, Secretary Lutnick.
Advanced manufacturing, technology lead. Our technology is the best in the world. President Trump is out to unleash that technology to make sure we win the AI race. But he knows that we need energy to drive it. And that's why he campaigned on drill, baby, drill, because we need energy. We need it across the nation, and we need it in Pennsylvania, which has got amazing natural gas resources, incredible. And then we've got to turn that into advanced manufacturing. So those 3 buckets are where we're going, and President Trump is leading the charge on that. And we are very excited. $16 trillion in investment dollars coming into America. So your workers, man, are they going to be busy?
Secretary Wright, let me turn to you, and then Secretary Burgum.
Yes, thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump. We are all here, and we're talking about $90 billion investment in this state because of a dramatic pivot in the leadership of our country. President Trump, an East Coast real estate developer, understands in his gut energy more than anyone I've met. He knows energy is the infrastructure for everything we do. If you get energy wrong, nothing else matters. If you get energy right, the possibilities are just immense. And Pennsylvania, the oil and gas industry, global oil and gas industry, started a few dozen miles from here in Titusville, Pennsylvania. The shale gas revolution may have started in Texas, but it really flourished and hit its peak right here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania today exports more energy to other states than any other state except for Texas. And it would export more, but it had blocks on building pipelines. Two great opportunities for Pennsylvania energy. One, and President Trump is hard at work at both of these, one is to get those pipelines built from Pennsylvania to New England so we can change the quality of life and opportunities. People in New England have a lower quality of life than they deserve for bad political decisions. That can be changed. And number two, the opposition to building pipelines out of Pennsylvania doesn't stop the production of gas in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania natural gas production could ramp up tremendously fast, and Pennsylvania could lead the world in AI and reshoring manufacturing.
Secretary Burgum, thank you.
Thank you, David. Dina, President Trump, it's such an honor to work for you. Your vision of energy dominance is the foundation of this golden age for America is coming true, and it's just common sense. You've called this the party of common sense, but it's when we talk about cutting taxes like never before, cutting regulations, speeding permitting, we're the hottest country in the world because of the policy changes that are drawing all that capital to come here. And now we combine this with the incredible natural resources that we have. You understand better than anyone that the balance sheet of America is the biggest balance sheet in the world, the natural resources that we have. And by unleashing energy, you know that that's what's lowered inflation. It's bringing prosperity at home, but it's also bringing peace abroad. You identified that there was a couple of threats to our country. One was Iran having a nuclear weapon. The other was losing the AI arms race to China. You took care of one of those a few weeks ago. You're helping to take care of the other one here. And I just want to say again that your understanding of what needs to be done, your understanding that we need more power, because a kilowatt of electricity today is worth more than it ever has been in human history, because we can take Pennsylvania natural resources like gas, turn it to electricity, turn it to intelligence, and that intelligence lifts every single industry, not just one industry, not the company that owns the data center, it lifts everybody that uses it. This is going to be the biggest change in human productivity in history, and the U.S. is going to lead thanks to your vision.
Thank you. Listen, I want to just close by saying what an extraordinary group of people here today. Thank you all for coming. We have, there's just people you could talk for days just listening to the people around this table. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment and investment in Pennsylvania. Thank you all you in the audience. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran an article last week, and it said in the first line or two, not since the days of Andrew Carnegie has so much economic power been gathered in one room in Pittsburgh. And I really believe, Mr. President, based on you being here, we're going to look back on this day and say that this was a real seminal moment in the history of our Commonwealth, and maybe even in the history of our country, because not only of you being here, but all the policies that are leading us in this direction and the leadership you're showing. So I want to thank you on behalf of Dean and me. Thank you on behalf of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania. We're grateful for your leadership, and thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you very much. And I have to say that David said, could you just come in and make a quick statement and then you can leave right away? And I said, okay, good, I'll do it. But when I saw the people gathered, I said, I'm not leaving. I want to learn something, and I have learned something. This is the smartest group of talent probably that you've ever had in terms of energy and even finance. ever had in one room. So it's an honor to be with you. I used to do what a lot of you guys did. I like this better, though. I don't care. And you're doing a fantastic job, but really it's an honor to be with you, and congratulations. You're going to have tremendous success all over the country, but you're going to have tremendous success in the Commonwealth. So good luck to everybody. And if I can help you, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. President. Great to see you.
Great to be with you.
The greatest president of all time. You can cry. You can cry if you don't like it. We ain't got the bucket master in the building, but look, you can cry if you don't like it. This man right here, the most transparent president of all time, greatest of all time, OG status, 45th, now the 47th. Cry if you want. He is the OG. All right, here we go.
Hello, Doug. Hello, everybody. How are you? We had a big day in Pittsburgh, $92 billion, but it's going to be closer to $100 billion is going to be invested by the biggest financial people in the world. So we had everybody there from Larry Fink to everybody else you can imagine. And it was a really great day and a very productive day. I think we're over now as a country, we're over $15 trillion of investment, and there's never been anything like that. In the history of our country, there has not been anything like it or even close. So, okay, do you have any questions?
You announced the Indonesia deal today. You announced the Indonesia trade deal today. How many more trade deals beyond the letters will you announce before August 1st?
We're working on probably 5 or 6. Of the 5 or 6, I'm not sure I really want to do them. You know, you want somebody that knows how to negotiate. But we'll probably have 2 or 3. You know, we insist on opening up the country, which is a big deal. Indonesia was great. He's a great president. And we made a terrific deal where they opened up the entire country to trade with the United States. We weren't allowed to go in and trade. I think something similar will happen with I would say, India. And we have a couple of others. But I have to tell you, for the most part, I'm very happy with the letters. You know, the letters are a deal. You know, I can't explain it any better. The letters are a deal. The press doesn't want to pick that up. But I will veer from those deals on occasion when somebody is willing. Like if Japan would open up their country, they don't do that. They just don't do that. And I don't either. I don't subscribe to it one way or the other. But they won't do that. So we might just stick with the letter. South Korea is inclined to maybe do that, so we'll let you know. But we have letters out. Every time I send out a letter, essentially that's a deal.
Mr. President, with the date you gave of August 1st, with the date that you gave of August 1st, why stick with the date if you're saying that you might
payments start on August 1st. The only thing that's really sacred about August 1st is that's when payments start. So they have to start paying billions of dollars to you and people. Are you a citizen of the country?
Yes, sir.
You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus. We have a budget surplus of $25 billion. Everyone said, how did that happen? It hasn't happened in many years. It happened because of good management and tariffs.
Do you plan to release more details of the Vietnam, China deals? Is there going to be a paperwork released to the public of showing that?
I don't think it matters how much you release of the deal. We have a Vietnam deal, and I would say that deal is being pretty well set. It's pretty well set. Again, that's an opening of their country. They've opened it up. Just so you know, these were closed countries. They were wonderful people, wonderful leaders, very strong, smart leaders. But their countries were closed to us, but our country wasn't closed to them. And so I said, you got to open up your country. So we're going to see. But the Vietnam deal, we may open it. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. Is it necessary? No. Yeah, I don't think so.
On Ukraine, why did you settle on giving Putin another 50 days? It seems like he's had a lot of time to show he wants peace.
I think really the question should be asked, why did Biden get us into that ridiculous war? Why did Biden bring us there? That should never, ever have happened, that war. This is Biden's war. I'm just trying to end it. because we're saving a lot of lives.
Why do you think his opinion will change in 50 days when it hasn't over the last 6 months?
Rapidly. Might not be 50 days. Might be much sooner than 50 days.
When do you think the first Patriot missiles, some of these weapons that our allies will buy,
being shipped?
From what countries?
Germany, and then replaced by Germany, and in all cases, the United States gets paid back in full. So what's happening, as you know, is the European Union, if you look, mostly European Union stuff, but let's put it in the form of NATO. It's very similar. But NATO is going to pay us back for everything. In some cases, we're going to be paid back by countries of the European Union directly.
See those payments?
We're always getting our money back in full. So we're not going to have any more investment to make. We're getting our money back in full. And if we can make a deal, that'd be great. We're saving 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian soldiers. They're not American soldiers. And we won't have boots on the ground. But it's a shame. 5,000, last week they say 7,100 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, were killed.
Iran, have you seen any progress in talks with Iran? We haven't really heard about that in a while.
They want to talk. I'm in no rush to talk. They would like to talk. I'm in no rush to talk because we obliterated their site. They'd have to start all over. In fact, it's obliterated to the point that it's not usable anymore. They'd have to pick a different mountain. That mountain is so blown up inside and so unstable that they would have to pick a different mountain. Our people really did the job. Yes, please.
That, sir, would you fire Jerome Powell over the Treasury renovation that's drawn so much heat?
$2.5 million building this place. I have to say this. I think he's terrible. I think he's a total stiff. But the one thing I didn't see him as a guy that needed a palace to live in. You talk to the guy, it's like talking to a nothing. It's like talking to a chair. No personality, no high intelligence, no nothing. But the one thing I would have never guessed is that he would be spending $2.5 billion to build a little extension onto the Fed.
Is that a fireable?
Nobody's ever seen. I think it sort of is, because if you look at his testimony to the House and the Senate, you take a look at the testimony, it's under earth. That whole thing is, he's not talking about the problem. It's a big problem. $2.5 billion, and that's $2.5 billion now. That's going to be a lot more money than $2.5 billion to expand, and with all of that to house thousands of people to give him information, and yet out of the 71 economists, and they included me and one other person got it right. I got it right, and one other genius got it right. They had everybody else was wrong. 69 were wrong, and 2 were right. I was one of them. And I don't have a lot of people. I have Howard. I have Doug. I have a few people. He has thousands of people, and he got it wrong. No, I think when you spend $2.5 billion on really a renovation, I think it's pretty disgraceful.
President, have you spoken to President Putin since your announcement yesterday? And do you think when you speak to him on the phone, does he say that he wants peace? What does he say to you?
He says he wants peace. He does. So far, it's all talk and no action. I mean, if you think about it, India, Pakistan, we did so many. The Congo, and I mean, look at the deals we've made. We made all these peace deals. Look at Rwanda. It was an impossible deal to make with the Congo. I made that. I made all of these deals, Serbia, Kosovo, and here's the one deal. And actually, Vladimir called me up. He said, I'd love to help you with respect to making a deal with a couple of them, like Iran. I'd love to help you. I say, Vladimir, I only want to help with one deal, Russia, because you're the only deal that we're not doing too well on. He oftentimes he said, no, he wants peace. And I think he does. I hope he does. We're going to find out soon. And it could be before the 50 days.
Twice yesterday, when you were talking about this, you mentioned conversations you had with the First Lady after talking with President Putin. Has she influenced your thinking on this at all?
She's very smart, very neutral. She's very neutral in a sense. She's sort of like me. She'd like to see people stop dying. You know, people said, are you for one side or another? I'm for the side of people stopping dying. We have 5,000, 6,000, and 7,000 people a week at least. And that doesn't include people from the cities and towns that are having rockets lobbed in there. I mean, people are dying in the cities and towns too, but we're talking about 7,100 in the last 8 days died. And I'm for stopping that.
Chair search, sir. Is Scott Bessent, your Treasury Secretary, your number one option whenever Jerome Powell leaves, or is he your top option?
Well, he's not, because I like the job he's doing. That's why he's not.
Both, sir?
I like the job. I don't know if he was on the plan. Was he on the plan? Maybe he wasn't. But I do like the job he's done. So, in that sense, probably he's not that much of an option. Scott's been great. He's been terrific. He did a good job today. He's a very soothing force. You know, it's soothing. All right.
When we see the pharmaceuticals, I'm sorry,
pharmaceuticals will be tariffed probably at the end of the month. And we're going to start off with a low tariff and give the pharmaceutical companies a year or so to build. And then we're going to make it a very high tariff, because we got to move them in. Look, there's two ways you do it. You make money or you have them move here so they don't have to pay the tariff. Those are the two ways. The pharmaceutical companies are moving back to America where they should be.
Semiconductor, sir, is that in the same timeline? The semiconductor tariffs?
Similar. Actually less complicated, but similar. Semiconductors and chips.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled? Why do you think that is?
Why they would be so interested is he's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
Mr. President, a question on AI. How do you want Americans to think about it? Are you concerned about job loss or privacy?
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it right there about Epstein. Okay, y'all heard it about the Epstein files, because everybody want to talk about the Epstein files. Listen to what he said carefully, okay?
Anybody, it's pretty boring. We went through years of the Mueller witch.
Why do you think that is?
Why they would be so interested is he's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
Mr. President, a question on AI. How do you want Americans to think about it? Are you concerned about job loss or privacy, or do you think this is the new technology?
It's interesting because we need jobs. We need a lot of people to work. You know, we're going to be building very shortly hundreds of factories, including AI. We're building a lot of car factories. They're all coming in from other countries now in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And we need people working. So if AI can help us with that, that's a positive. Because we're not going to have enough workers to take care of it if we don't create something. So whether it's robots or whether it's AI, we need somebody to take care of. Do you agree with that?
I agree. So many jobs to build. I mean, think about $15 trillion. That's 5 million people working in these factories, building them great high-paying jobs in America that President Trump has brought back. So those jobs, of course, are in the wings. So let's go, let's train America, and let's get it going.
What do you say? What would you say about the job?
Well, I think with AI, as Howard and the President said, we're going to need more workers in this country because President Trump, as the greatest economic developer that this country's ever had, has brought back this record amount of foreign direct investment and a record amount of U.S. investment going back into job creation. But the mix is going to change. AI will take jobs away like software development because AI can write code, but AI can't wire a building, do plumbing. I mean, if kids go into the trades today, they're all going to be making 150 grand and they'll have amazing lives, build companies, start businesses. I mean, this is part of the boom of America because middle class, working Americans will never have had it as good. They have lower taxes, lower regulation, and more opportunities to go to work to build things.
We need people. We really need, because we're building so many factories in the country, and so AI can help with that. But what also is going to help are going to be robots. You know, the robots, I think, are going to be a big deal, and that's going to help also.
Sanctions, sir, on the secondary tariffs. Are you concerned that secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil will hurt American consumers, higher gasoline prices?
I think that whole thing is going to go away eventually. It should have gone away. And Putin does say, oh, I want peace, I want peace. But so far, he hasn't lived up to that. So I think it's going to go away. But we're going to find out soon. We're going to find out soon.
Can you give us more details on the sanctions? Is it 100% sanctions on Russia, or?
They're very biting. They're very significant. And they're going to be very bad for the countries involved. I mean, they'll be very, very powerful and very bad for the countries involved. And I hope we don't have to pull that string. And maybe we won't. We'll see. Got to end. Got to stop the killing.
Mr. President, were you frustrated today that the House wasn't able to move on that crypto legislation?
The interesting thing is the 12 votes were votes where they wanted it to be stronger in terms of crypto people. I figured, oh, wow, that's sort of interesting, because I was focused really on today's meeting, not that. But the interesting is the votes, those negative votes, were because they wanted it to be, as the safeguards, they wanted it to be stronger for people with Bitcoin or crypto. They wanted more strength, which is interesting.
What do you want to refine in the UK trade deal?
We have a little to discuss, but the deal is really very well done. But I'll meet with the Prime Minister. We have a good relationship, and I think it's going to be, and it'll be very shortly, and it'll be probably in Aberdeen, Scotland.
At the event, which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to gerrymander? Which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to redraw the congressional lines?
4 of them. I'll let you figure that one out, but we have about 4 of them. In 3 cases, it's 1, and in 1 case, it's 2 or 3.
Which states
and
so?
Texas would be 5.
Are you concerned California will turn around and do the same thing as Republicans?
In California, you never know what's going to happen, but we've done pretty well in the courts in California, as you see. We're batting about 1,000, ultimately. We start off a little slow, and then we get a lot of hits.
Mr. President, you said today at the event in Pittsburgh that if it wasn't for Mr. Lutnick, Mr. Besson, who want to do more deals, that you would basically just go with the letters. You've said that a few different times. I just want to clarify. Do you just want to go with the tariffs and move on?
They would like to make deals more than me.
Okay.
But they would like to make deals more than me. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying, in my opinion, he and Scott and maybe even Doug to a certain extent, you're more like me, I think. But they would like to make deals more than me. I'm very happy with the deals the way they are. Those are very, right? Those are very simple deals. It's whatever the percentage is. And we base that on a lot of things, including the deficit and, various things. And, I think it's a much faster way. Don't forget, we'll be releasing a letter soon talking about many countries that are much smaller, where you're not going to do letters per se. You might do an individual letter, but it's going to go very quickly. And the number will also be less. Which countries are those? These are countries that are, many of them, like 200 countries. You understand?
Caribbean countries, African countries. You have a huge amount of countries that are small, and the president's just going to deal with them sort of the way he thinks is the right way to deal with them.
We'll probably set one tariff for all of them.
Over 10% tariff on this?
Probably a little over 10%, yeah.
15, 20?
We don't do a lot of business, but we do, it's still significant.
What about Israel, Mr. President? Is that related to your other, like the Gaza negotiations? Is that tied up in other issues?
Israel's going to be fine. We had a great victory with Israel. That was a great, great victory. What we did with the B-2 bombers and all of that. And I never thought of it, but so many people are thanking me. They say no president had the guts to do it because, this has been going on for 25 years. In fact, when the pilots came to the Oval Office, they said, "Sir, we and our predecessors have been working on this attack for 25 years." Have a good time, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you have it. There you have it, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States. Okay, so Pam Bondi. All right, because everybody's been talking about Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi actually addressed the nation, okay? This was yesterday. Everybody arguing and fighting over Pam Bondi and
Good afternoon
some
and
list.
welcome to DEA.
All right, y'all,
My name
relax.
is Robert Murphy, the acting
Relax,
administrator for
y'all.
the...
Relax, okay? And why you blaming Trump over the fact that he grew up with money or as a trust fund baby? I mean, Jesus. Isn't that what you want for your kids? I mean, what in the world? Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you want for your kids? To grow up with money? Huh? With privilege? Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you're working and putting the hours and working extra shift? Isn't it because you want to give your children a better life? Why are you blaming Trump because his parents worked hard to give him a better life and created a trust fund for him, and he took over his family business? Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you pray for? Why are you blaming him? Blame your parent. Blame your parent, ladies and gentlemen, for not doing what they were supposed to do. Okay? I get it. Time and chances happens to everybody. But don't blame Trump for growing up rich. Blame your folks. Okay? Blame your folks. Here we go.
United States Drug Enforcement Administration. On behalf of the men and women of DEA, I'm privileged to stand here today alongside the Attorney General of the United States, whose leadership, support, and unwavering commitment to public safety has been instrumental in DEA carrying out its vital mission. It is an honor to introduce the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
Thank you all for being here today. This is so important why we're here today. Acting Administrator Murphy, thank you for everything you do. We've been to DEA labs together. You have been fighting this every day, and I can't thank you enough. It's been an incredible few weeks for the DEA nationwide. We're here today to announce the historic success through Operation Take Back America. We should remember why this work matters. We're honored today to be here with Chelsea Curtis. She is a brave sister. She lost 2 of her brothers to drug overdoses, 1 to heroin, and her second brother she lost to cocaine that was laced with fentanyl. Chelsea works with us here at the Department of Justice, and she's in the District of Virginia, and she does amazing work, and she is paying it forward by looking out for other victims and their families and fighting this epidemic throughout our country. Thank you, Chelsea, for being here with us. Over the 4th of July weekend, DEA agents executed successful operations throughout this country, one in Columbia, South Carolina, where they seized 71 kilos of fentanyl and 20 kilos of methamphetamine. This is very near the University of South Carolina, where dealers, we all know, often target college kids. They put these drugs in pill forms to go after our kids. This includes a seizure in Fresno, California, also 4th of July weekend. Acting Director Murphy is going to get into details about these, but this is why this is so important. And this is something new that I hadn't seen. 24 pounds of carfentanil disguised as real prescription pills. Carfentanil, we all know, is even stronger than fentanyl. They often call it the elephant tranquilizer. And it was carfentanil in prescription pills to look like oxycodone. That should terrify every parent in this country. In many cases, illegal aliens are doing the work of cartels in our communities. In one recent example, just 2 weeks ago, the DEA arrested an illegal alien sitting in the front passenger seat of a trailer truck that contained over 700 pounds of methamphetamine. 700 pounds. Something else I hadn't seen, they are now putting methamphetamine in a pill form. First time we've seen that, a pill form. Now, a pill form of methamphetamine might not kill you instantly, but it can get you so addicted to meth that it can destroy your life instantly. DOJ attorneys will continue to prosecute these violent criminals, and they're all violent. If you are dealing in these drugs to Americans, to any citizen in this world, you're a violent criminal, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Since January 20th, DEA has been removing this poison from our streets at a historic rate. They've seized over 44 million fentanyl pills, over 4,500 pounds of fentanyl powder, over 64,000 pounds of methamphetamine, 64,000, nearly totaling the same amount that was seized in all of 2024. 541,000 pounds of cocaine. And what they're doing, they just take a little fentanyl and lace it in that cocaine, which is how Chelsea lost her brother. We will not rest until these FTOs are eliminated, their members are prosecuted or deported, and the public is safe again. Thanks to President Trump, we're able to take the handcuffs off our law enforcement officers, our great men and women at DEA who are out there every single day risking their lives to protect us and to protect our families. One Big Beautiful Bill enhances our law enforcement capabilities by also including money for technology that will help our agents catch these criminals. And they're getting so sophisticated. And Acting Director Murphy is going to explain to you. I've never seen anything like this either in my entire career as a prosecutor, how sophisticated they are in smuggling these drugs into our country. Now, I'm going to let him explain that to you with a truckload of cucumbers that came into our country. In addition to One Big Beautiful Bill, the HALT Fentanyl Act that was passed through Congress is now headed to the White House. That will help us because it analogs. Previously, these drugs that were coming into our country, they would change the precursors as fast as they can so they wouldn't be illegal coming into our country. No longer with the HALT Fentanyl Act. Also now, if a criminal is in possession of 100 grams or more of any fentanyl-related substance, they will face 10 years in prison minimum. President Trump, the Department of Justice, and the great men and women at the DEA will continue to fight to make America safe again. We will fight from Tampa to the Twin Cities, from Nassau County to the Golden Coast, and I can't wait for you to hear these recent cases that were just made. And to the Angel families and our incredible Angel sister who lost two brothers to drugs, and everyone affected by fentanyl, know that every day we will be out there fighting for you and your loved ones. The most important reminder we can give you here today, to high school kids, to college kids, to parents, to talk to your kids. Do not buy, take, accept any drug, any prescription drug from anyone off the street, even if it's a friend. Do not accept it. This is why. This is a real Adderall pill. This is a fake Adderall pill. You can't tell the difference. These are laced with drugs that could kill you. Over here, the oxycodone, the fake ones and the real ones. This is what was seized in Fresno, California. In Fresno, right?
Yes.
Amounts that could kill so many of our high school and college kids. They think that buying this on the street corner won't hurt them, but it will, and it can kill you. And that's why they're targeting places close to our universities as well. I'm going to let Acting Director Murphy now fill you in on all the details of these very, very important arrests that were made just within the last couple weeks. Thank you all for your attention to this very important matter.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. Men and women of the DEA lead the fight against the Mexican cartels. These cartels are responsible for the manufacturing, the smuggling, and the distribution, and then the subsequent collection of the money, because that's what's driving this problem is profit, and making sure that money makes it back into Mexico. How do we measure success? DEA works tirelessly every day to disrupt and dismantle these cartels. We are second to none at developing intelligence, interpreting it, and actioning it. Without the intelligence, these cases I'm going to talk about, we would never be able to make. You are not going to randomly stop the amount of vehicles that we haven't come across at port of entry. There's no way. And some could be million a day. There's no way we're going to be able to stop every vehicle, search it, and find this. Without the actionable intelligence, the technology that we're hopefully going to be getting based on the new bill, help us get better at doing our job and preventing this stuff from making it to the street in the first place. But we recognize that's not enough by itself. We have a responsibility to ensure the public is aware that threats posed by the cartels that endanger both public safety and national security, and this is where all of you come in today. We are seeing a disturbing trend. Cartels are now producing methamphetamine pills. We started seeing it in 2024 at a tremendous amount. We've already seized more methamphetamine pills this year than we did the entire year of 2024. These are made to look like popular drugs that our youngest men and women want, our college-age students. This is an effort by the cartels, a deliberate effort. Our young men and women are not seeking out methamphetamine pills. They are not seeking to get that. Unfortunately, they are being deceived into a life of potential addiction. We are fighting back, bringing this fight to the front lines. Fentanyl remains the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. Fentanyl and methamphetamine together are the toxic evidence that cartels have no value of life. Over the past few weeks, as the Attorney General mentioned, we've made historic seizures in multiple cities targeting these cartels who were recently designated by the President as foreign terrorist organizations. Attorney General spoke about Lexington, South Carolina, right outside Columbia University, University of South Carolina and Columbia, 156 pounds of meth. There was also, 156 pounds of fentanyl along with meth, weapons, cash, and an illegal alien that had previously been deported twice. Fresno, California, the 24 pounds of carfentanil, that's frightening. That's a large amount of any drug, let alone carfentanil. That cannot hit the streets. Luckily, we were able to stop it from getting the street. Gainesville, Georgia, suburb right outside of Atlanta. The 706 pounds of methamphetamine the Attorney General made mention of hidden in a shipment of cucumbers that crossed the Mexican border. Obviously, DEA intelligence led to that. We had not seen this unique. It was not a standard size kilo packages. They were cut in half, and they were built into the boxes that contained the cucumbers. So when you picked up a box, there was no way. So the average trooper or anybody stopping that truck, that 18-wheeler that had tons of cucumbers on it, opened up the back and looked. Unless you knew you were looking for this, there's no way you would have found it. And again, one of the individuals arrested there, an illegal alien deported twice, most recently after serving a federal conviction for drug trafficking, cocaine. Minneapolis, Minnesota, 889 pounds of methamphetamine. Again, one of the persons arrested in that case previously deported. Kern County, California, Bakersfield. Along with our partners, we shut down a meth conversion lab. This is where we see where meth comes across the border in a liquid form, has to be converted back into something that's usable. It's useless in a liquid. It's converted back into crystallized methamphetamine. So very dangerous for the neighborhoods when you live in those areas. Toxic chemicals, this is some of the very, very toxic. The house easily explodes with the chemicals they're mixing. They seized 240 pounds of crystal meth that was finished and another 150 pounds of liquid meth that was in process. Galveston, Texas, along with our other federal partners, CBP and others, we were able to seize 1,700 pounds of methamphetamine worth over the $15 million hidden inside a vehicle that was crossing into the United States. Two days ago in Austin, Texas, along with law enforcement partners, we seized an additional 785 pounds of methamphetamine hidden amongst the pallet of blueberries. Let me say this again. This is a national security threat, not just a drug problem. We are taking the fight directly to the cartels, not just at home, but internationally, across our borders, and online, through online platforms. We are not just seizing drugs, we are also dismantling the cartel's logistics and their finance networks. Just recently, DEA agents, Miami seized over $10 million in cryptocurrency directly linked to the Sinaloa cartel. In Omaha, we seized numerous handguns, including machine gun conversion devices, along with 40,000 fentanyl pills in a raid that was run by a locally based polydrug linked to a Mexican cartel. Just recently in Chicago, multi-state takedown in Indiana, Kentucky, and Arizona resulted in the seizure of 59 illegal firearms possessed by serious violent felons, along with 74 pounds of methamphetamine, 11 pounds of fentanyl, 11 pounds of cocaine, cash, and 23 individuals who were arrested. Every seizure demonstrates the reach the cartels have throughout the United States. Make no mistake, the cartels are operating in every corner of this country, and so are we. At this point, we'll take questions. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Administrator, I would like to get your perspective on what exactly is driving this, but I also have an off-topic question for the Attorney General in response to comments that President Trump made a short time ago, just a few moments ago on the South Lawn. He said that he would support you releasing additional credible evidence from the Epstein investigation. Is that something that you are open to doing? He said this just a few moments ago.
Let me take that first. This today is about fentanyl. This is about a wall of people right outside this room who have died from, I appreciate your question, but this today is about fentanyl overdoses throughout our country and people who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. That's the message that we're here to send today. Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein. Go ahead.
And so to your first question about what's driving this, clearly it's driven by profit. It's all it is. Mexican cartels are driven by profit only. These are business decisions. Everything we talked about today, whether it's how they're smuggling across the bill and the innovation they use to get it across the border, also the attempt at, quite frankly, during the 4th of July holiday, we think it was a concerted effort that they flood us because they thought there'd be less law enforcement working at that time, and they sent as much as they could across the border into numerous cities. Didn't work out well for them. Also, the decision to start making methamphetamine pills, business decision, like any other company in America. They look at what is wanted, unfortunately. Taking a pill has a lot less stigma than shooting a drug in your arm, snorting it, smoking it. But that makes it that much more dangerous because it's less threatening to our young people who, again, from a national security standpoint, that 18 to 45-year-old men and women, that's who makes up our U.S. military, and we're losing them at historical rates. That is not what we can allow to continue, and that's what we're here to fight and continue to fight it. Yes, ma'am.
I have an on-topic and an off-topic question. On-topic, you spoke a lot about seizure numbers, but of all the different
not simply just being deported, perhaps, arrested and sent.
Everybody arrested in this will be facing. This is a serious amount of drugs.
Do you have a number?
Well, I don't off the top of my head because it was in multiple cities, but I think most of the, pretty much at every place we're talking about, I don't have an exact number.
And to jump in on that same topic, though, minimum 10 years in prison for almost all of these defendants, some 20, some 40, depending on the amount of drugs, the type of drugs, the level of drugs. Go ahead.
My off-topic question
Sure.
is for you, Attorney General. Today on social media, President Trump made allegations about mortgage fraud against Senator Schiff. I'm wondering if you can comment on that and whether or not that issue has been referred and will be looked at by the
Yeah, I just was told about those comments walking into this room, and we don't comment on whether there is or is not a pending investigation. But thank you. Anything else on topic today? Go ahead.
Madam Attorney General, on this matter of fentanyl, which
Yeah.
is a priority clearly for the DEA, Department of Justice, are you confident you're going to still be here to execute this because there's so many people calling for change at the Department of Justice?
I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here, and I believe he's made that crystal clear. It's 4 years, well, 3.5 now, right? We've got 6 months in, and it feels like 6 years. But I was with Director Patel this morning, and we are working on fighting violent crime. We are working on all these issues that we deeply care about to make America safe again and get these drugs off our streets. You know, we've been working on this since my really last 2 years. Fentanyl was coming on the market when I was State Attorney General. And now with these cartels, it's coming back. It's coming in more than ever. And the border has stopped that, but we're going to catch them and we're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
Yes, sir.
Is there disruption at the leadership of DOJ and the FBI with your relationship with Dan Bongino that is affecting the operations of the DOJ?
No, I'm not going to talk about personnel matters. No, I was with Director Patel all morning, and we are committed to keeping America safe, making America safe, working with our incredible partners at DEA, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals to do everything we can to make America safe, and that's what we're focused on. And today, we're focused on protecting our kids. And I would ask all of you, when you leave, go look at that wall outside, right outside this room, of all the fentanyl deaths, all the faces of fentanyl that you have done an amazing job putting up. Thank you all.
Following up on that.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on that question. I think the American people have a lot of questions about your relationship with the Deputy FBI Director. Do you believe that he should stay in his role?
I'm not going to discuss personnel matters. I think we all are committed to working together now to make America safe again, and that's what we're doing. Only on topic, guys. Go ahead.
First of all, I believe when you're in a public forum, you can choose or not choose to answer any questions, but I don't believe it is your right to ask us to restrict those questions. That said, I will keep this on topic.
Thank you.
How can you keep America safe again when the president's budget for 2026 cuts DEA by $212 million and the FBI by $500 million? Can you support those cuts? Do you think they will harm your capacity to fight?
Well, it won't. That's a great question. It won't harm our capacity to fight. I'll tell you that. We can always do more with more, but we can do more with less, and that's what we're committed to doing. The big, beautiful bill also adds a tremendous amount for us in combating especially the drug crisis, billions of dollars, I believe.
I think it's $500 million.
Yeah, let me see, $3.3 billion in the big, beautiful bill to combat drug trafficking, support the prosecution of immigration matters, and gang-related crimes. So that crosses all agencies as well. So that bill will greatly help us as well, in addition to the budget. We also have a $3.5 billion reimbursement fund for state and local agencies that are enforcing the Immigration Act, drug and human trafficking laws. And human trafficking is also something we're not talking about today, but is very, very important to us. So yes, there are billions of additional dollars in addition to the original budget. So that was a great question. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think that's all.
The president said today you would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do that?
Our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today. Thank you.
How would you respond to the MAGA base that has expressed expressed a lot of frustration about it.
We're going to fight to keep America safe again, and we're fighting together as a team. That's what's so important right now. You know, we've got a war on drugs. We've got a war on human trafficking. We've got cartels in this country, and we are going to do. We've got foreign adversaries around this world as well, and we're all going to work together as a team to fight to keep America safe again. And I can tell you, that's what we're all committed to. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for please
Tell them, Pam. Tell them, Pam. Tell
show
them.
these pictures today. Thank you.
If anybody needs B-roll, there's some B-roll, especially of the cucumbers, the thing I talked about, some great video of that. If you need it, Shanaz, we can get that to them. So there's plenty of it. Yes.
Is there anything new on Canada? The president has talked about with respect to tariffs and fentanyl concern from Canada. Have you seen anything recently that would be useful for the public to know about fentanyl from Canada?
I can just say that I myself have met with Canada, but I'm going to leave the rest of that to the president on those. But we've met and had discussions, at least on 2 different occasions.
And we're going to do everything we can to keep every border safe, not just the border in Mexico. And the reason we wanted you to look at the cucumbers, I've never seen anything like it. There's a video of it that they'll get you. But when you took the cucumbers out of the box, they just look like a normal vegetable crate. And they even changed the packaging and the shape of the kilos to fit underneath the cardboard, where it was virtually impossible to detect, but they did detect it. So and some of these new funds will help us with technology to continue to take these drugs off our street. Thank you all, and thanks.
There you have it. Attorney General Pam Bondi. There you have it. There you have it. Now, I know y'all wondering, where's the Jeps? What list? What list are y'all talking about? What list are you guys talking about? All right, here we go. Fake news.
President Donald Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi today facing even more questions over their complete 180 on whether or not all the Epstein files should be released. President Trump was asked directly if the Attorney General has told him whether his name is in these files related to the sex trafficking investigation into Jeffrey Epstein.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
Again, for the record, there's like literally zero evidence that these files were made up by Comey or Obama or Biden. The Epstein case was originally handled in 2005 to 2008 by local authorities in Palm Beach, Florida, and then by the George W. Bush Justice Department and FBI. Then Trump's first-term Justice Department in 2018-2019. Now, just moments after President Trump deferred to the Attorney General, CNN's Paula Reed got a chance to ask her to respond.
You said that he would support you releasing additional credible evidence from the Epstein investigation. Is that something that you are open to doing? He said this just a few months ago.
This today is about fentanyl. This is about a wall of people right outside this room who have died from, I appreciate your question, but this today is about fentanyl overdoses throughout our country and people who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. That's the message that we're here to send today. Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein.
So, look, fentanyl is an incredibly important issue, one that we cover on the show all the time, but it's a little difficult to hear that message from the Attorney General on top of the assertion from the Justice Department now that there's nothing to see here, given how much Pam Bondi and other members of the Trump administration have been hyping all of this. And in February, Attorney General Bondi went on Fox, of course, the only channel she ever goes on, and she hyped up the release of the Epstein files, saying that the client list was literally sitting on her desk.
What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
So we know now that what she ended up releasing had already been widely publicly available. In fact, some of the documents were redacted and were unredacted on the internet. You'll note that Trump's stance on releasing more of the Epstein files as of this weekend was nothing to see here, move along. But that landed his administration firmly in the MAGA doghouse for the first time. And now they're perhaps trying to figure out how to get out of that doghouse. Let's bring in CNN's Paula Reed and CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. And Paula, you got that Epstein question to Attorney General Bondi. What did you make of her answer, and what are you hearing about how this is all playing out in the Justice Department and the FBI?
What was so fascinating about this press conference is we know Bondi has several options on the table. One, release additional material. The president says he's in favor of that. She's not committing to doing that. Could always appoint a special counsel. She's not there yet. But here it's clear she's willing to try to ride this out. She appeared at this press conference where you don't usually always see an attorney general about drug interdiction, and she took questions. I was actually very surprised because it wasn't just my question. She got half a dozen questions about Epstein. She deflected every single one. At the end, the only thing she really said was, "My memo last week speaks for itself." We've seen President Trump do this many times, right? Ride out controversy, play the long game. It's unclear if this is going to work for her because this isn't something that has been drummed up by the press corps or reporters. We historically really haven't been asking about Epstein. We've asked about immigration, violent crime, other controversies. But if you look at everything that she's done since day one, she could tweet about her dog and you still get all of these MAGA supporters asking her about Epstein. This is something that the base, the president's supporters are focused on, and it's not clear if this strategy that she is pursuing now is going to work out in the long run. And if it doesn't, if this doesn't go away, she still has those other options. She could release more material. They could petition the court to unseal some things. They could also try to pass it off to a special counsel. But one thing she made clear today, Jake, she is not going to do is step aside. She suggested that she is committed to this job for up to four years.
So, and just to be clear here, we're talking about dozens, if not hundreds, of young girls who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein, a predator,
yes,
who did not get to see justice, and whether or not, and there's questions about whether or not there were other wealthy men who were part of this criminal enterprise. Kristen Holmes, to you now. Today, President Trump saying, well, if the Attorney General wants to release more, she can. So what's the strategy here?
I'm not really sure that they have a strategy beyond waiting this out. I mean, I've talked to a number of people around President Trump. Many of them believe, and this is White House and officials in the administration, that this will blow over. But if you talk to some more of the hardcore MAGA loyalists, not necessarily in the administration, but some of the most vocal critics of Pam Bondi's, they are saying they're not giving up on this. And what you really saw after these remarks that President Trump made was them doubling down on that one tiny part of his remarks, which said that if Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, views it as credible, then she should release that information. That is not something that we had been hearing from the White House. It's not something that we had been hearing from around the administration. In fact, what we had been hearing was more in line with what the Attorney General said, that her memo speaks for itself. But now he has once again opened this door to potentially releasing new information. And what I saw today and what I received calls on from a number of these loyalists was, did you see what he said? Pam Bondi should release more information. It is unclear that that is what President Trump actually meant, but he has certainly opened up a new door here with this after he spent days saying the case was closed. Why are people even asking about Epstein? You know, people are now going to double down and call for the Attorney General to start releasing this based on just that tiny bit of what he said.
All right, Kristen Holmes, Paula Reed, thanks to both of you. Many of Epstein's victims have credited another victim, Virginia Giuffre, for giving them the courage to speak out publicly against Jeffrey Epstein. Giuffre alleged that Epstein trafficked her to his powerful friends, including Prince Andrew, who denied those allegations. Former U.S. Attorney Geoffrey Berman, a few years ago on this show, told us that Prince Andrew had originally pledged to cooperate and then refused to.
He goes on television, and it was an awful attempt to rehabilitate his, his situation. And so then he issues a press release saying he's going to cooperate with the investigations. And I say, great. I tell my team, let's go out there, let's get his testimony, let's get him on the record. Well, that wasn't going to happen. His lawyers gave us the runaround.
Giuffre sadly died by suicide in April. Let's bring in Sigrid McCauley. She's an attorney who represented victims of Epstein, including Virginia Giuffre. So thanks so much for joining us. Before we get into details of the state of this case, I just want to ask you about Virginia Giuffre because you called her a friend. What has it been like to lose her? Do you think that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell would have even gone to prison if she had stayed silent?
Virginia Giuffre was really the heart of this case. She was the one who was brave enough to raise her voice and try to stop this sex trafficking operation that had literally gone on for over 20 years and had injured hundreds of young individuals. So she was really at the center of bringing this justice to fruition. So it's a huge loss to not have her with us anymore.
I'm so sorry that you lost your friend. Horrible, horrible situation. You've said that the Justice Department is sitting on a treasure trove of Epstein information. Files from the seizures of Epstein's computers at his various homes, Palm Beach, New Mexico, New York, financial records. Why do you think the Justice Department won't release these now after making a big deal out of promising transparency? And let's be very clear here. Obviously, the names of the survivors or names of innocent people who played no role in anything, obviously you can redact their names out of it. Nobody's saying that. But there's so much information. Why do you think they're hiding it?
It's a great question. I mean, they're sitting on a multitude of information. They've had hundreds of interviews that they've undertaken over the many years they've been investigating Epstein and his co-conspirators and their crimes, and yet they're not turning over any of it. It's really, truly shocking. And as you saw in some of the early lists that they produced, many, many computers were taken. Think about all the email traffic between Epstein and those people who were involved in his inner circle. And the American public deserves to see that. They deserve to know how these crimes were facilitated for so long.
Girl, please. Didn't you tell that to the former president and the last president before the former president? You did deserve to. All right, here we go.
Years, President Donald Trump has drawn huge support from conspiracy theory believers, including QAnon, that group, of course, pushing fabricated claims that global elites run child sex rings, among other things like Hollywood elites drink the blood of stolen children. Now, just days after the Trump administration released a memo saying Jeffrey Epstein did, in fact, take his own life, and there is no so-called client list of powerful people tied to sex trafficking, many of those same followers just refusing to believe that. They are feeling betrayed, and that is causing a big war in the MAGA base. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enten is here. How much of Trump's 2020 support depended on conspiracy theory believing folk who came to his aid? They were definitely on his side, that was for sure.
Yeah, Trump swam in the conspiracy theorist waters for years, and now finally the sharks in those waters are coming to try and get him. What are we talking about here? Well, let's talk about 2024, Harris versus Trump margin, right? QAnon believers. Look at this margin that Donald Trump built up among QAnon believers. He won them by 61 points, or was at least leading amongst them by 61 points back during the 2024 campaign. Look at those who reject or doubt QAnon. Harris was actually leading amongst them by 16 points during the 2024 campaign. Donald Trump would not have won the presidency in 2024 if it were not for the backing of QAnon believers. That is a bottom line. That is a true statement. That is in the polling data.
I'm curious to what you saw in the primary and how they played a role in that as well.
Yeah, okay. So, we talk about QAnon, but it's not just QAnon, a conspiracy theory in which Donald Trump has swum in those waters. How about the fact that Joe Biden didn't win the 2020 election legitimately? I mean, that is a conspiracy theory that Donald Trump has pushed for years. And of course, Joe Biden won that election legitimately. Choice for the 2024 GOP nominee. Trump, okay, by belief that Biden's 2020 win was legit. Look at this. Donald Trump was only winning 16% of those voters, those Republican primary voters, who thought that Biden's win was legit. How about wasn't legit? This is why Donald Trump won the 2024 primary. It was because he won the great lion's share of those Republican primary voters who believed that Joe Biden did not win the 2024 election legitimately. So it wasn't just in the general election where Donald Trump benefited from conspiracy believers. It was the foundation of his campaign, the reason he was able to rise up from the dead back after 2020 and 2021 and be able to overcome January 6th, it was because he was able to convince his supporters within the Republican primary and within the Republican Party that Joe Biden's win back in 2020 was not legitimate.
All right, so let's go all the way back to 2016. What role did conspiracy theorists play there in his primary base?
Yeah, I mean, look, what was one of the big foundational beliefs of how Donald Trump rose up within the Republican ranks? It was pushing the conspiracy theory that Barack Obama was not born in the United States of America. So choice for 2016 GOP nominee by belief that Obama was born in the U.S. Look, Donald Trump back in September of 2015 was only pulling 27% of that vote. But look at this. If you believe that Barack Obama was foreign-born, he was getting 51% of that vote. So the bottom line is, Donald Trump, from the very beginning, has been pushing conspiracy theories over and over and over again, and he has benefited from them historically, and now finally it's coming back to actually bite him.
The question is, will it fully bite him? Sometimes these things just sort of peter off. So we will see. I know you'll be watching.
We'll be watching.
All right, Harry Enten, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Kate?
And while CNN is reporting that President Trump is hoping that this uproar will die down, Democrats are leaning in, some seeming eager to expose these cracks that we're talking about here within Trump's MAGA base over the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries suggested yesterday that he may now support congressional action to force the release of documents related to Epstein, saying that the American people deserve to know the truth.
Option one, they lied for years. Option two, they're engaging in a cover-up. At this point, it seems reasonable that can only be one of the two things. And so it's Congress's responsibility in a bipartisan way to ask the questions and try to get answers on behalf of the American people.
Joining us right now is Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. He is the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator, do you agree with Hakeem Jeffries on this? Do you now want to see the files released?
Absolutely. Leader Jeffries is right. Either they misled the American people with this conspiracy theory for years, or they're covering it up now. I joined with Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland during the appropriations process last week. We offered an amendment together, and the amendment said that they should preserve the evidence of the Epstein investigation and release it to the American people. It passed by a voice vote. The Republicans didn't want a record vote on the issue, but it really gets to the bottom line. Let's let the American people see the truth.
A question, because I was looking back and saw that when you were chairman of the committee, there was some back and forth with Republicans on the committee over pieces of the Jeffrey Epstein file. Marsha Blackburn talking a lot about flight logs that she said she had requested that you had not allowed her, really allowed to see go forward. I guess my question is, it did not seem when you were chairman that you were pushing, as I hear you now say, then for the release of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Did something change for you?
No, nothing changed. I said to Senator Blackburn, I'll be happy to subpoena these documents. Give me a written list of what you're searching for, and I'll proceed and go forward. She never came up with that list because when you're in the midst of a conspiracy theory, it's a lot easier to make charges than to back them up with anything specific. I've never been reluctant. The argument that Biden was concealing something during those 4 years was just plain wrong and false. Now we have these statements from Kash Patel and from Pam Bondi that they had some evidence on their desk waiting and so forth. Release it. Let's get to the bottom line. Don't be afraid to tell the American people the truth.
So what I'm hearing from you is you would just like to call their bluff because you don't think there is anything there?
That's exactly right. Either they have something and the American people should see it, or they have nothing and they got to face that embarrassment.
Judiciary obviously has oversight over the FBI. You know all of this that's going on with the deputy director of the FBI, that he didn't show up to work. There's questions of if he's going to stay in the job. He's largely excommunicated himself. Is there a role for the Congress here when it comes to Dan Bongino?
Well, whatever role we had has been eclipsed by the fact that there's a Republican majority that doesn't want to ask the hard questions. They put Mr. Bongino in this role. He has a totally political background, continues to. There's never been anyone in this position in history with that background. that seemed to be okay with the Trump people for a long period of time. But now with this particular controversy, Mr. Bongino's become an irritant to the Trump administration.
President Trump has been unable to quieten his base as the drama surrounding the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein spirals. Sources tell CNN that Trump has privately urged his team to let the whole story die, but his MAGA base, it seems, simply refusing to let it go.
Make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
He promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
I think they're going to maybe give us pieces and maybe not the whole thing and think that that's going to suffice, and I don't think people are going to be quiet about it.
Well, that was a big event over the weekend in Florida. All of this comes after his own Attorney General Pam Bondi released a memo last week stating it had found no evidence that Epstein was murdered or that he even had a client list. Well, joining us now from Washington is CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed. The backlash comes after years of Trump and his loyalists pushing Epstein conspiracy theories. Paula, let's just remind our viewers. Have a listen.
A lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever.
Well, the deputy chief of the FBI has threatened to resign, and some of Trump's most loyal supporters are calling for Pam Bondi to step down. What do you make of all of this? And are there legal repercussions to not releasing the entirety of what U.S. authorities have on Epstein at this point?
So there's no legal repercussions. I mean, we're talking about the nation's top law enforcement official, the Attorney General. It's up to her if she wants to release any additional information. But there are enormous, as we're seeing, political consequences, because what's unusual about this controversy is the blowback is coming from the president's own supporters as a result of what his own Attorney General promised. She promised that she was going to release more, then she withdrew that promise. And this really seems to have some legs. I mean, this is something that has plagued the Attorney General the entire time she has been in office. She can tweet about pretty much anything, and you'll see in the replies Trump supporters just asking, where are the Epstein files? When are we going to find out about Epstein? This is really a priority for them. Now, politically for the Attorney General, things are looking good for her in that the president has made it clear he is going to stand by her through this, but in doing that, he's endorsing how she's handled that. That means he owns this just as much as she does.
Of course. He hired her. So I don't know why people are saying, well, fire Pam Bondi. For what? For what? What are you firing Pam Bondi for? He hired her. So if you fire Pam Bondi, then you're going to have to fire the whole administration. Fire Pam Bondi. For what, yo? For what? Now, with that being said, that's my opinion. Okay. That's my opinion. Here we go.
President Trump wants the Jeffrey Epstein story to go away very badly. Big chunks of his MAGA base, though, do not, and they don't understand why the president won't release more information. Well, CNN included a question in our new poll. Are you satisfied with what the federal government has released on Jeffrey Epstein? And the answer, a pretty clear no. Just 3% say they're satisfied. 50% are dissatisfied. 29% say it doesn't matter, and 17% haven't heard about it. By party, notably, look at this. It is Democrats who are most unhappy. 56% say they're dissatisfied compared to 52% of independents and just 40% of Republicans. That suggests some Republicans may be heeding President Trump's call to move on, even as some of his staunchest allies are not.
I want to see more transparency, like a lot of other members and a lot of other Americans. I think if they don't, I think it's a message as Washington as usual, right? And a two-tier justice system.
A lot of people in MAGA, they really want to know more information about the people
that were involved with Jeffrey Epstein? And is there a blackmail list? And are there foreign countries' governments involved? And there's nothing wrong with people continuing to ask that.
How big of a blowback is there right now in MAGA world specifically?
It's pretty big, I have to be honest. I'm always honest about what's going on. And yeah, this one has been pretty big.
I'm joined now by a terrific group of reporters here at the table, CNN's Kristen Holmes and CNN's Eva McKend, Abby Livingston of Puck, and Aisha Roscoe of NPR. Hello, ladies. This is nice. Okay, so I'm going to start with you, Kristen. I know that you have been doing some excellent reporting on what's really going on behind the scenes, all of the backlash. And before I bring you in, I just want to play a soundbite from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is obviously an influencer in a big way, particularly with young men. He is the person who hosted the Turning Point organization's forum over the weekend, where they used so many of these MAGA people and their voices used that platform to speak out against the president. Now he's singing a different tune. Listen.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
Somebody got a big earful from the President of the United States.
He did. And what we know that happened is that we all saw the clip from Turning Point over the weekend in which Charlie Kirk was sitting down with Megyn Kelly, and it kind of escalated into them polling the audience of who would you rather see go, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino or Attorney General Pam Bondi, and the crowd resoundingly said they support Bongino over Bondi. And Charlie Kirk did receive a call from President Trump, which we reported over the weekend, expressing his support for Bondi. But what you're also seeing here is there seems to be an expectation from MAGA world right now that President Trump is going to make this right. You hear Charlie Kirk saying there that he's going to leave it to his friends at the administration. We also heard Lara Trump yesterday going on Betty Johnson's show saying that she believes Donald Trump is going to release more of the Epstein files, more unredacted documents, whatever that means. Now, when you talk to officials at the Department of Justice and at the White House, they are not saying the same thing. They are saying that this case is closed, but you're hearing these MAGA loyalists who really want there to be something else here because
she's not just a MAGA loyalist.
No, she's also family.
She's
also
his
family.
daughter-in-law who's trying to get a message out.
Right. And so there is a lot going on here. And if nothing does happen, I think you're going to see another shift.
I'm watching now how Democrats respond to this. They have an uneven record of really taking advantage of the internal divisions on the right. 40% is not an insignificant number of Republicans that want more answers. And you see Hakeem Jeffries leaning into this. You see Congressman Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee.
I'm just going to interrupt you only to play some of what you're talking about from Democrats, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Pam Bondi said it was on her desk. Take it off of her desk and bring it over to Congress.
We need to release the Epstein files so we can restore government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Well, I want to know what the hell is in these files. And I think we all want to know why Trump is suddenly changing his tune and is so desperate to sweep this under the rug.
Epstein died by suicide. Believe that and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they?
I mean, who knew that we could do this to music? As you continue what you're saying, I just want to remind our viewers of this brand new poll, which really speaks to what you're reporting, Eva, about Democrats. Right now, they are the ones who are saying that they want to hear more, very likely because, not because this is a top issue for them in their lives likely, but because they see a political opening when it comes to division in the GOP.
Absolutely, and Congressman Hank Johnson probably had the absolute best response. But yes, this is an opportunity for them, and they have a track record of not always taking advantage of those political opportunities. Republicans have seized on Democratic divisions when it comes to the war in Gaza, when it comes to immigration. Well, now Democrats have their opportunity.
I think part of the thing, too, that Republicans have to think about is, is this going to be bad for Trump? Trump is so in control of the party. That's very clear, right? So is he going to pay a price? Probably not. But if you look at the base and they want to take their frustration out on someone, they can take it out on that Republican in the Senate or the House and the establishment and this and that. That's part of the issue. It's like Trump, yeah, everyone loves him. It's much harder to go against Trump, but you can go against those nameless Republicans anytime.
I agree with that, except in this case, there is so much tape of people, not just Trump, which it includes Trump, but the people who are now at the highest levels of the administration that he put them in place, who have been stirring up this controversy, making it something that they want people, MAGA voters, to vote on, and making promises. One example, this is maybe the most epic of all of those examples, Kash Patel on with Glenn Beck in December of 2023.
So, who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
Kash Patel is now the director of the FBI, which is why, Abby, people who were listening to him and went and voted for Donald Trump and believe that there's something there are saying, okay, Kash Patel, you now have the job. Tell us what's there.
Absolutely. And I think what's fascinating is Trump has demonstrated just total control of the administration and Congress. And this is going out into another realm. And a figure in this who I find fascinating, earlier this week I did some reporting on Elon Musk's third party and whether that's a threat to Republicans. And most of my sources were like, it's not a problem till it's a problem. But they said, but we are worried about what he's stirring up with Epstein. And we've got to remember he's got the megaphone of X, and he's the richest man in the world. And so that is a much more pressing concern to Republicans than third-party activity.
Can I just say one thing that I think we kind of gloss over here when you talk about President Trump having control of the party? This is President Trump's party. He created it. And the idea that he based it on was one that many people in the country were feeling, but no one had really responded to. And the idea was that Washington is controlled, the government is controlled by these elitists, and it's time to take them out of Washington and drain the swamp. There is nothing more swampy to these people than Jeffrey Epstein. And the idea of Jeffrey Epstein is rooted in these elites doing whatever they wanted, wherever they wanted. And so you're seeing his base, people coming to him, to President Trump, and that was part of what he ran on, was this draining of the swamp. Epstein is part of that.
But it's even more than that, right? It's the swamp and the deep state.
Right.
When you hear that, oftentimes you think of, and they mean nameless, faceless bureaucrats,
exactly,
otherwise known as career civil servants in a lot of these government agencies. This is conspiracy theory stuff,
right,
which is even more red meat.
This is the idea that there is a hidden cabal of pedophiles running things or doing horrible things to children, and that we need to get them. And that is very real. And when Republicans like Kash Patel and others found it useful to stir that up, they were stirring it up. But now that it's in their hands, they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah. That being said, I would say that from my coverage being out in the field, Republican voters tend to be deferential to Trump. So I see them eventually coming around, but for the meantime, Democrats do have an opportunity here.
And that's certainly what our brand new poll suggests.
Look, I gotta tell you, man. I gotta tell you. CNN, these folks, they've told us so many things and so many breaking news that we eventually found out that you won't know breaking news. You won't know breaking news. We knew it wasn't no breaking news when they said it. So now they're talking about Epstein. I don't know. If CNN is handling this like this, it's not worth your while. But, because people want to listen, here we go.
And Elena Treen is in Pittsburgh, where President Trump is also set to speak here in a few minutes. Elena, what more are you learning about how the White House is handling the fallout here?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's very clear from our reporting, our conversations with White House officials, Trump administration officials, that he wants specifically this story, or people to move on from this story. He's trying to get his base to let this go away, and he's directing some of his team behind closed doors to do what they can to help it die down. That's why we actually saw the president directly making calls this weekend. We know he reached out to Charlie Kirk, a fierce supporter of his, the head of the Turning Point USA, and they held a summit this weekend. He had tried to, convince him to, knock off with the criticism, tamp down some of the criticism of the handling of this Epstein case. And we actually saw Kirk yesterday say that for now, he is not going to comment further on all of this. And we also know that the vice president, J.D. Vance, he was trying to play peacemaker with people within the administration where there's been infighting on this between the FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. He also called Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, and Attorney General Pam Bondi were reporting. But just to add to some of what we heard from the president right there, he's been very full-throated in his defense of Bondi repeatedly now in the last several days. But he also argued that, he believes that if she believes that, they can put out some more of these files and have them do it in a credible way, that she should. But then he also tried to argue and really cast the blame on some of his political opponents, saying they made up some of this idea that there was a file list or a client list in the first place. Take a listen.
On Epstein, of the review of the files, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
So a few things to note there, and of course I want to really point out that when he references former Presidents Obama and Biden, or former FBI Director James Comey saying that they made up the Epstein files, I'd remind you that a lot of people in the president's base, and even some people in the administration, had been the ones who had really been pushing this idea that these Epstein files needed to be released, that there was more to them, that there was potential accomplices listed in them. So I just want to give you that quick fact check. But look, all to say, I think the big point on this is a story now that has been out for over a week, and the backlash we have seen from his base, from the MAGA wing of his party, has not really quieted down despite the president's efforts to get them to move on from this. And so that's why he's continuing to really have to come out here and defend the Attorney General, but it doesn't look like he's changing his tune on that just yet, Brianna.
Yeah, it does not. Elena Treen, thank you for that report. Let's go now to CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enten. And Harry Enten, there's a new CNN poll that's just out. How's the controversy impacting the president's support?
Yeah, I would say that the word is dissatisfied. That is how Americans feel in terms of the releases so far of the Epstein case. Take a look here. Epstein case, amount of info release. The winner here, 50% dissatisfied. Doesn't matter, 29%, not heard enough, 17%. But look at the bottom of your screen. The percentage that are satisfied is just 3%. That's 1, that's 2, that is just 3%. I feel like the count on Sesame Street. Just 3% of Americans are satisfied so far with the amount of information released. The clear winner in this particular case is 50%. Half of the public is dissatisfied, at least so far.
And are you seeing a big difference between how Republicans and Democrats are viewing this?
No, and that I think is kind of the interesting sort of nugget in what's going on here. You see this 50% dissatisfied, and let's break it down by party. Okay, Epstein case, amount of info released. Look at this. You get 43% of lean GOP, that's Republicans and independents who lean towards the Republican Party, who are dissatisfied. Look at this. Just 4% satisfied? My goodness gracious. When you only have 4% that is with Donald Trump on a particular issue, that is ridiculously low. I've never seen anything quite like it. How about lean Democrat? 60% dissatisfied. Compare that to 3% who are satisfied. Again, 4%, 3%, Republican, Democrat, you rarely ever see this type of agreement. Now, of course, there's another divide in American politics, one that has increased over the past few decades, and that is whites with a college degree, whites without a college degree. But in this particular case, we see agreement. What are we talking about? This Epstein case, amount of info released, dissatisfied? 55% of white college graduates and 53% of white non-college graduates, Donald Trump's historic base, yet the majority are dissatisfied.
Really interesting numbers. Harry Enten, thank you so much. Boris?
Let's dig deeper on this with former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. Andy, thanks so much for being with us. I want to start with what you make of this rift between the current Deputy Director and the DOJ, and then by extension, the White House.
Sure, Boris. So the tension between the deputy director and the AG is really untenable. This is a bad thing for the FBI, bad thing for the Department of Justice, and really not the kind of thing that, in my experience, having worked for many attorneys general, never seen anything like this before. And I can't imagine any other attorney general ever tolerating an act of disrespect along the lines of what allegedly took place between Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino in the White House when they got into some trading accusations and some sort of shouting match in front of the president's chief of staff. I can't imagine that happening. DOJ and FBI frequently knock heads on issues and have different opinions about the way to handle investigations, but those conversations always take place in the house, within the family. You never let those things spill over into the public. It's important for the leadership, for the workforce in both organizations, that they see the leadership together as one team in which the Attorney General makes the final call on everything, period, no exceptions.
I wonder whether you think it's likely that Bongino continues in this role, because even though we just heard less than an hour ago President Trump say that he likes Dan Bongino, he has been much more effusive in his support for Attorney General Bondi. It doesn't seem like she's going anywhere.
And, Boris, that makes total sense, right? It's very hard to replace an attorney general. I mean, he had a hard time getting Pam Bondi, obviously, with the problems the administration had initially selecting Matt Gaetz. You don't have any of those sorts of issues replacing a deputy director, as I myself learned. A deputy director can be reassigned, can be removed. Dan Bongino, I would expect, could be convinced to resign if he's leaning that way. He said several negative things about his experience so far, said that he doesn't like the job, that sort of stuff. So I find it almost hard to believe that Dan will be able to continue in that role with all of the drama that they've put forth in the last week, on top of his already fairly negative reviews about the role. He's a guy that is going to have a hard time getting the confidence of the workforce because he's not an FBI agent. He doesn't come from the organization, and this certainly has not made that any easier for him.
Just a moment ago, you were being self-deprecating, saying that it was easy to find a replacement as Deputy FBI Director, but there was something that President Trump said this afternoon that I found interesting, and I wanted to get your thoughts on, because he suggested that in a White House briefing in which he was presented evidence regarding the Epstein files, he found whatever was in the briefing to not be credible, and he charged that James Comey, among others, had something to do with that information not being credible, insinuating perhaps that it was tampered with, that they made up these files. You took over as acting FBI director when Trump fired Comey back in May of 2017. It wasn't until summer of 2019 that Jeffrey Epstein was even arrested. So I wonder if at any point while you were serving in the Bureau, whether as deputy or as acting director, you came across any information at all related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, short answer, Boris, is none. Not in any way. And when you understand the timeline, it makes perfect sense, right? Epstein's initial investigation by local authorities and the FBI in Southern Florida ended with an indictment in 2008, I believe, if I have that year correct. And that was the indictment that was mysteriously, essentially given away by then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who then later served in Trump's first term as his Secretary of Labor. So Mr. Acosta basically washed the case away with what we call a non-prosecution agreement, in which Epstein was able to plead guilty to 2 very minor local offenses and serve a pretty relaxed form of incarceration for 18 months. There was no activity, investigative activity, on Epstein until 2019, as you indicated, when the Southern District of New York opened the investigation that ultimately landed him in jail and where he killed himself. So Jim Comey was not in the FBI when the early investigation was tanked by Alex Acosta, or the later one was started by Jeffrey Berman, who was the attorney, the U.S. attorney in the Southern District at the time. So that allegation is absolutely preposterous. That's standard Donald Trump, whenever he's in trouble, to start to throw rocks at Jim Comey, Barack Obama, myself, our former colleagues. We just expect that now and disregard it anytime we hear it.
Andrew McCabe, always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining.
So if I hear this correctly, they're saying that according to these guys, there's nothing to be seen. But then according to these guys, well, if the Trump administration said there's something to be seen, then they need to show the American people you cannot lie to the American people. But then same folks say, well, we've checked and there was nothing. But the Trump MAGA folks are always talking about conspiracy theories. So now let them show it to the people. Okay. I'm telling y'all, man. Cinema. Movie.
The last time Donald Trump tried to redraw a map,
All right, here we go.
he did it with a Sharpie. This time, he wants to do it for the ballot box. The president is telling Texas to essentially blow up their congressional maps to find as many as 5 seats for Republicans ahead of the midterms.
5, I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and
so
that'll be 5.
Are you calling in for a complete redrawing of the congressional map ahead of next year?
Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. We have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
Democrats are calling the move desperate and unconstitutional.
In this country, public servants should earn the votes of the people that they hope to represent. What Republicans are trying to do in Texas is to have politicians choose their voters and undermine free and fair elections.
So what does it signify that Republicans ahead of the midterms believe that it's going to be so necessary to get an upper hand that they have to actually redraw an entire state's congressional maps in order to get 5 whole seats out of it?
Oh, probably the same thing that it signifies when they did it in Illinois and got a 14-3 delegation for D's. Maryland 7-1, Massachusetts 9-0. We know what happened here in New York, California. Even though they have a commission, we all know what goes on there.
In a mid-cycle specifically, are all of those cases in mid-cycles?
All of these cases are where Democrats use the power they have to give them an advantage.
But just to be clear, because I didn't do the research that you did in the break here, is it that they're changing it after the actual census process, where you're supposed to create you're supposed to go through the congressional redistricting process?
Does it matter?
It
yes,
kind of does.
Very much.
I think that's the whole point.
So it's okay
that,
for Democrats to lopside these states. 9-0 in Massachusetts.
Here's what I will say about this. I mean, I don't know that Texas actually has done this before. So you're right that it's not new. But the point is that it's unusual, and they're doing it because the midterms are coming. And it seems to suggest that there's a weakness that they're anticipating and they want to get ahead of it.
It's not just because the midterms are coming. It is because the last census told us that from 2010 to 2020, the 95% of Texas's population increase has been because of Black and brown people in the state. And so when you redraw the congressional maps, you may have more people voting, but they're voting in gerrymandered congressional districts. This is why I get so frustrated when people say, oh, just hang on until midterms, as if that's going to change anything. This is an example of a long storied history in this country of manipulating the electoral process, and we're seeing it play out right before our eyes in Texas. Gerrymandering is not illegal. Racial gerrymandering certainly is, and this is exactly what's happening since SCOTUS obliterated Section 3 and Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, of which Texas has a long history of violating.
So back in 2003, this is what we're talking about, there was a rare mid-cycle redistricting. The GOP tried to do exactly the same thing. They were able to do it. Went all the way to the Supreme Court. But Democrats tried to leave the state. And so in response to that, Ken Paxton, who is the Texas Attorney General, says that if they ignore their duty to their constituents by breaking quorum, they should be found and arrested no matter where they go. The people of Texas elected them to do a job, not run away and hide like cowards. He's threatening to arrest them if they leave the state.
Yeah, look, gerrymandering is a form of political cheating, right? Let's be clear on what it is. It is political cheating, and both sides do it to some degree. And that should be called out. It should be highlighted. I don't know that it has enough of a political impact to get people to not do it. But the question becomes, okay, if Texas does it, do the Democrats then go into other states where they don't have commissions, as they do in California, which actually could prevent them? I mean, because Gavin Newsom said something about, well, if they do this, we can do this.
Do you mind
too.
if I play what he said? Because he talked about this very thing and talked about the means by which they could do it. So just listen.
I mean, gerrymandering, and let's be fair, we've seen this weaponized by both parties for decades. But these guys, this is a whole nother level of weaponization coming from the right. The ground is shifting from underneath us, and I think we have to wake up to that reality. And we can do a special session. I can call for one today if I chose to. We can then put something on the ballot, and I could call a special election. We can change the Constitution with the consent of the voters, and I think we will win that. I think people understand what's at stake in California.
It's a dangerous road, gerrymandering. We've already gone down it, right? And Tiffany's correct about how the Supreme Court has interpreted it, right? It's basically said it's okay if it's for political reasons as long as it's not racial. But separating those two can be very difficult, right?
Difficult. Especially in a state like Texas, to Tiffany's point, where the racial demographics are really driving the population growth there.
How much more blood can they squeeze out of the California term?
Apparently,
it's 43 to 9.
There are 9 Republican seats,
again,
and
they've already done it. That's my point. Big blue states have already done everything they can possibly do to give them Democrats the biggest structural advantage they can. And now you're the whining about Texas today. It's a political process. It's the way it is.
Listen,
and it may or may not work. I mean, even Chip Roy, raised some concerns that you might inadvertently make Republicans who were in safe districts and more competitive districts. And that is something that I kind of worry about. But I would also say for Democrats, there's just no guarantee that even if Republicans were successful in Texas with redistricting, that Republicans wouldn't be able to win a compelling number of Latino voters to maintain some of their seats or win new seats.
Isn't that an argument for Republicans to not, play games with the map? I mean, I think you're totally right that in Texas in particular, Republicans have performed well with Latino voters. So the idea that they want to fiddle with the maps even more to try to gerrymander it in such a way that perhaps, I don't know if this is what they're going to do, but there is an implication that perhaps one way to do it is to dilute the votes of minority voters. I'm not sure that would really help them all that much.
All we've heard about in Texas is how they performed really well, Republicans performed really well, and they did in the border counties, right, which are predominantly communities of color.
Yeah.
Great. Take it to the voters in a fair election next year. Why do you have to fiddle with something when you're doing well, right? Why can't you just run on your own record and your own argument? I will tell you, they're opening up a Pandora's box because California can change the Constitution. I'll give you a state closer to here. New Jersey has a very, very, very fair process where constitutionally they're allowed to, each side picks a certain number of people to serve on redistricting. And then you have an outsider break the tie. And the outsider is usually a professor. Democrats in New Jersey, Republicans did very well with congressional redistricting last time around because of that tiebreaker. If you want to change that Constitution tomorrow in New Jersey, the Democratic governor and the Democratic legislature can change that like that and get rid of that.
I think it's important for us to admit what this is. I mean, the president is referring to picking up 5 seats as if they're winning 5 seats, right? It's cheating. It is political cheating. And I'm not saying just Republicans do it. But I think that bipartisan, we should be saying, this is ridiculous. These ideas of redistricting to this extent, right? Occasionally you have to do it based on the census here. But to this extent, either when Democrats do it, and I have called them out for it, and when Republicans do it, it is just cheating. It is a way to try to make these states not be representative of the population that actually exists throughout the state.
And look at North Carolina. Look what's happening there. North Carolina. We would have had Democrats in the majority right now if North Carolina had not gerrymandered the hell out of their map.
She is the granddaughter of the most powerful man in the world and the highest valued girls' high school golfer. And now Kai Trump has an exciting announcement.
My fellow Americans and content creators, after months of reflection, I made a decision. I'll be running, no stepping, into a new role, one with great responsibilities, and 100% natural caffeine. I partner with Accelerator, no sugar, no crash.
President Trump's oldest grandchild, Kai.
Say what you want. Say what you want. This man has cemented his legacy and made sure his grandkids are benefiting from his hard work. Say what you want. This is what you want for your kids and your grandkids. You want to set a tone where everybody can benefit from it. He's worked hard all the days of his life. You can say, he inherited a lot of money, but guess what? He filed for bankruptcy how many times? He's failed multiple times. This is what matters in life, okay? Family. And his family is doing great, I tell you that much. Take a look at your family. Take a look at your family now. Take a look at your family. Before you stop pointing fingers, fix your family. This is his grandkid. She's already winning. She's a teenager, already winning in life. Take a look at your children. Take a look at your grandkids and focus on that, okay? Before you start saying, look at him, look at him. Trust fund kids. This is what you want for your kids and grandkids.
Kai Trump joins us now. Hey, Kai.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, doing well. Great to see you. Tell me about this partnership, why you decided to do it.
Well, I love energy drinks. My whole life, for the past few years, I've loved energy drinks. And I actually ordered them on Amazon not too long ago. And I loved all the flavors. I loved everything about them. And it was just a organic partnership. And I loved the company working with it and the people as well. And it just ended up being amazing for us.
That's great. I mean, you're called the highest valued high school golfer. All this hard work that you have put in over the years as a child, learning to perfect this game. Congratulations to you. I know you've partnered.
And people are saying, well, nepotism or whatever you call it. Look, legacy of scumbags or whatever. She is a golfer. It takes hard work, training every day, putting in the hours to become a great golfer. You think you're just going to be a great golfer by sitting on your couch and scrolling on YouTube? No. Nope. You know how to train. Okay? Spring, summer, fall, winter, you're going to be training. So she deserves it. Before you start pointing fingers at this child, at this kid, go take care of yours. Okay? Can you take care of your kids? Can you take care of yours? At least.
Also with TaylorMade, what is your advice to other young women who are dedicated to a sport?
Just keep on chasing your dreams. Keep on working hard. With athletes, it gets tough sometimes. You don't play well, you get injuries, whatever, but just keep on fighting through those and just keep on working hard.
Did you ever want to quit and say, this is too much pressure, I don't want to do this anymore? And if so, how did you get through that hump?
I mean, yes, in some ways. Sometimes I do want to put down the clubs. But I mean, I just know I had the talent, and I've worked so hard to get to the spot I'm at, and I don't want to give up now. Also, my parents raised me never to give up, so it's very hard for me to put down the clubs and give up. But I would just say keep on working through it. Tough times happen. Anywhere anything you do, really, it's going to get tough sometimes. But just keep on working at it.
Yeah,
fight through it.
Your last name, Trumps can't quit. They never quit. Tell me about playing with your grandfather. How much of an influence did he have on your life?
He had a really big influence on my life. And playing golf with him, he just taught me to just keep on like working at it. And like, I mean, obviously I've gotten a lot better the past few years with golf, but he really just taught me to keep on fighting and just keep on practicing and whatnot. And I've loved playing golf with him my whole life. And it's something that we share a special bond together. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of your posts are hilarious. You have memes of your grandfather and other world leaders. They're really funny.
You know, when I see people comment on stuff like this, is like, you don't even have a connection with your child. This is his grandkid. He has a connection with her. They play golf together. She's gonna remember him for the rest of her life. She used to play golf with her granddad. Whenever the time comes for Trump to be called to heaven or wherever, this girl is going to remember that she used to play golf with her granddad. Y'all out here don't even take care of your children. You don't even tell your kids, I love you, baby. You don't even say that. And y'all want to come in the comment section and chat about cheat chat? Y'all want to come in the comment section and cheat chat about trash? What in the world, y'all?
You also have some serious posts and a lot of family pictures and golf pictures. Tell me about that influence on your life, because you have more than 6 million followers across social media platforms.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot to handle sometimes, you know, with just being public eye and whatnot, especially also being a high school student and just like a normal kid. But honestly, I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I'm very lucky and grateful for the opportunity I had to meet all these people and collab with them, as well as just meet world leaders. So, I mean, I'm just very thankful and just lucky to have this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Kai, it's so impressive. I think you signed with Miami, last year when it was during your junior year. You still have another year of high school. So you committed at the beginning of your junior year. What made you decide on Miami? And what's your advice for other high schoolers who have to make a choice early on?
Well, so yeah, I decided, I went my visit August 5th last year before my junior year. And when I went there, I mean, I visited a lot of colleges over the summer with my mom, but when I went there, I was like, all right, this is the one. Like, this is the place I want to be. After, at the end of the day, once I went there, I had like a feeling inside, so I knew it was like a place for me. But I would say for all those athletes that are visiting schools, talking to colleges, just, you know, see where you want to like develop to be the best player. And I think it's important to also like the coach. Janice and Tim, I think, are going to develop me to be like the best player, but as well as the best person I possibly can be. So both of those, and I think that was really important for me in my decision at Miami. So I would say for those kids who are going and checking out colleges, to see where you want to be and see which people you want to surround yourself around. And I think the team and the coaches I want to surround myself around.
Yeah, how are you feeling? I mean, you have one more year of high school. You've been with these friends for a while now after moving down to Jupiter and are in the Palm Beach area. Now you're going to Miami. You've already committed. What are all your friends saying, and how are you feeling going into your senior year?
I mean, I'm looking forward to going to my senior year. Since I committed early, I kind of feel like I'm supposed to go right now to Miami, but I still have another year. I'm looking forward to spending like my last year with my friends and honestly just enjoying senior year, because I felt like junior was very busy and with everything going on. So I'm really looking forward to like spending my senior year with my friends and just being like a normal high school student.
Yeah, in some ways you can have senioritis because you're already committed. You already know where you're going, where a lot of your friends don't know yet, right? But yet you can't, because you're endorsing this brand and other brands, and you also play golf. So just as a tail end question, tell us what you love most about Accelerator, why other students your age or all of us should drink this.
So, well, Accelerator, I love most about it is just the different flavor options, and as well as there's no sugar. And I don't eat a lot of sugar at all, just because I kind of get like a little jittery and then I crash. And with Accelerator, there's no sugar, so I don't crash at all. So that's what I love about it. And I don't really get like that feeling with energy drinks where you drink it and then like 2 hours later you just feel like you're about to fall asleep. Like I don't get that with Accelerator. So that's why I felt like it was a great partnership.
I love that. No sugar. I'll have to try it. Thank you so much, Kai.
Man, say what you want. Man, say what you want, man. Say what you want. His granddaughter is winning. This is what every logical grandparent want for their grandkids, to win in life and do something tangible with their lives. So you can hate. Okay. You can hate, but look at your family. Look at your family and decide what you want. Trump has decided what he wants, and he is the president of the United States. So you can cry, but his family is winning. All right, here we go. California.
We're getting new details about the California pot farm, which became the scene of a massive standoff between ICE agents and protesters last week. Agents managed to apprehend over 360 illegal immigrants at the farm, including 14 underage minors. And now we're learning more about the farm's owner. Glasshouse Farms president and co-founder Graham Farrar has been called a pioneer in growing so-called environmentally friendly cannabis. And he has a history of donating to Democratic candidates and causes, including a hefty $10,000 donation to Gavin Newsom back in 2018. Meanwhile, Democratic California leaders are still working to oppose immigration enforcement however they can. That includes Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who's rolling out a new plan to give cash cards to families allegedly threatened by ICE.
But we also are going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID, that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you know, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100, I don't know the exact amount, and this should be available in about a week.
Steve, so like we talked about, you are staunchly in the lead in California gubernatorial polls right now. So talk to us, how and why does your message resonate with the majority of Californians right now on these topics?
This is such a great, terrible example of what's been going wrong in California, because you've got people in charge who not only won't enforce the law, they undermine the law. And you're seeing it on this issue of illegal immigration, and it's playing out for the whole country to see. But we've also seen it on crime more generally, the way that retail theft, shoplifting has been tolerated. We've seen it on homelessness. It's illegal for these encampments to be there. They've been there for years, and these politicians have done nothing about it. Now you have federal law being enforced by the federal administration, and they're saying, not only we're not going to help you, we're going to stand in your way, we're going to cheer on the people who are throwing rocks at our law enforcement agents, and we're going to pay for the organizations that are protesting this. And all of it could be avoided if they would just work with ICE to get these dangerous criminals out of our country. And it's not just federal law that they're breaking when they don't do that, even state law, even the California sanctuary state law has a provision in it that allows for discretion for local law enforcement to work with ICE when you're talking about people who within the last 15 years have been convicted of a long list of crimes. This lawlessness has to stop, and that's what I will do as governor.
Quick follow-up for you, Steve, because the current governor, Gavin Newsom, who has enjoyed donations by that pot farm owner before he came out lambasting federal involvement there, you know, his prior comments were sort of clearly moderate. It was, you know, don't come illegally and we're going to deport you, and I'm all for illegal immigration, et cetera. But now it seems that he's gone extremely radical, certainly on recent podcasts. It's a stark contrast. He's clearly running for the national stage. Talk to us about what that impact is on current Californians who need a governor now.
Well, it seems that he's really not interested in doing his job as governor of California, because what's he doing? He's going on all these podcasts. He's in South Carolina last week. He's trolling President Trump on social media. I mean, these are the things that actually are far removed from the policy challenges we have in California. We've got the highest rate of poverty in the country. We pay the highest taxes, the highest costs for gas, electricity, water. We had the highest unemployment rate in the whole country for most of last year. Where is the response to any of that? It's It's non-existent. That's the kind of serious change that we need to see. But instead, you've got Karen Bass just worrying about her own re-election next year for mayor of Los Angeles after the disaster of the wildfires. Gavin Newsom clearly focused on running for president. We need someone who's going to deal with our problems in California.
So I'm looking at what you gave me, the California governor statewide polls, sample size 2012 registered voters. This is a big poll. Steve Hilton leading by 19% over Katie Porter. It's tight with her until you factor in those people who can't quite make up their minds, those undecided. You say there's about 30% of the electorate out there that hasn't made up their minds. Then the gap between you and Katie Porter gets greater. You factor in Kamala Harris, Katie Porter falls to third place, and you and Kamala are battling it out. So talk to me. I don't know that those candidates that I'm looking at here are attacking any of the things that we're reporting on.
No.
I mean, everything that Emily just set up, I don't see it coming from them.
No, and the interesting thing is that we've had 15 years now of one-party rule in California, and the results are there. It's the worst results on everything that matters, the highest housing costs. I could go on all hour about everything that's gone wrong, but of course what people want is someone to put things right, a positive change, and I think that's what people are responding to. And what's encouraging, look, it's very early. You know, the election is next June. We've barely begun campaigning, but what's really clear is that I'm there as the leading challenger, which whatever the scenario is, whether it's Kamala Harris or Katie Porter, any of these people, I'm the leading challenger to this 15 years of one-party rule. By the way, it'll be a big thing for the country if we can save California. We're the fourth biggest economy in the world. Imagine how far we could power again with real positive leadership.
Well, it's also just bringing sanity back to California and the country. And what happened at these farms in California, these pot farms, is the definition of insanity. And it gives you a perspective on the Democrat Party's worldview where heroes are villains and villains are heroes. Let's look at the play-by-play. So on July 10th, you have ICE and other federal authorities go and raid these pot farms. They arrest at least 360 illegal aliens, 14 children they found that they were worried about that had been rescued from potential exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking. 10 were unaccompanied. And then, by the way, some of these individuals they arrested, guess what they've been convicted of? You've got rape, child molestation, kidnapping during the operation, according to DHS. So instead of saying, hey, look, that's really good, right? Let's praise ICE officials for saving these children, rescuing these children. What happened? You had hundreds go in protest, including, attacking federal agents, firing a gun at a federal agent. And then you have a congressman accused of doxing one of the ICE agents as well on top of it. And then, oh, by the way, just to sum it all up, the owner of the pot farm donated to Democrats. Yeah. Does that not tell you everything about today's Democrat Party and what's wrong with this party?
And Rosanna, we've seen polls just recently that reflect that the majority of Americans across the board now support illegal immigration deportation in addition to those with criminal records. So the fact that you have these state officials that are refusing to work with ICE officials, that are straight up obstructing the federal government in their execution of these duties that were a mandate by the American people, and you contrast that with the will of the people, it's horrifying.
I mean, you look at Mayor Bass, right? She's offering gift cards out. She's not saying exactly how much is on those gift cards. She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Wow.
Harris, do you think she doesn't know? She knows she's giving out gift cards, but she doesn't know how much is on the gift cards. Another way to keep some of those people, hidden. And the city of Los Angeles, $1 billion
deficit.
In debt.
Amazing. And she's handing out free money to people who are illegally here.
And Steve, and then let's not forget about the people that were, ravaged by the wildfires. I'm not talking about the celebrities. They'll be fine. I'm sure their insurance will work at some point. But there were real working class neighborhoods that were there for generations after generations that need help. Where are they? Nothing's been done in those areas, Steve.
They don't even talk about it.
And and the really awful thing, just very briefly, is that people are giving up the bureaucracy, the insurance, the nightmare. They're giving up, they're abandoning, and then that means you're going to lose the single-family homes. They want to build apartments and destroy the California dream. It's awful.
It's so
California dreaming. Look, I tell you, man, I enjoy the show because, you guys just keep me company, really. Really, you guys keep me company. I ain't going to cap. I'm not going to cap. You guys keep me company. Okay, you keep me company, y'all. You keep me company. All right, here we go. Here we go.
The U.S. Supreme Court is now clearing the way for the Trump administration to begin dismantling the Department of Education. However, the idea of returning education to the states is not new, actually. It was a dream decades ago, and now with President Trump, it has come into fruition. You may recall former President Ronald Reagan talked about it in 1982.
We must cut out more non-essential government spending and root out more waste, and we will continue our efforts to reduce the number of employees in the federal workforce by 75,000. The budget plan I submit to you on February 8th will realize major savings by dismantling the Departments of Energy and Education and by eliminating ineffective subsidies for business.
Again, now President Trump has been able to do what Reagan had first talked about and promised, make big changes to the department that he claims has been failing our students, I say, for decades. Here's what President Trump wrote on Truth Social. The federal government has been running our education system into the ground, but we are going to turn it all around by giving the power back to the people. America's students will be the best, brightest, and most highly educated anywhere in the world. The National Education Association claims Americans are unhappy about the U.S. Supreme Court ruling and put out this statement. Take a look. Do they speak for you? I don't know. Pay attention. America's educators and parents won't be silent as Donald Trump, with the support of the MAGA Supreme Court, strips our students, our families, our communities of protections and funding that Congress has mandated. But a recent Gallup poll says, no, here are the facts. It found that just 24% of Americans are satisfied with the state of American public education. 73% are not. I spoke last hour with Education Secretary Linda McMahon on the Faulkner Focus. We had a little bit of audio difficulty, Steve, but what she did come through with is this is a first step. 1,400 people will be the first to leave. That's about half of the workforce. And the whole point of this is to make sure that states get the support also that they need. And so they're going to kind of phase this in. The phase is big, though. If you take a swipe and you go 1,400, you're serious about getting this done, President Trump.
Yes, and I think I'd like to go back to what he said in his post there about the power going back to the people. There's actually two dimensions of that. Yes, to the states from the federal government, but the real power to the people move here is to parents directly through school choice. And a lot of states are already doing that. You're seeing Republican-led states. A revolution in putting the financial power in parents' hands to choose whatever school that they want. But also you see that in the One Big Beautiful Bill. There's a new I think it's the first real federal incentive program for school choice. So when you add all that together, it's the most exciting revolution in education we've seen for, decades.
I call it the BBL now because it's a law.
BBL.
Very good, exactly.
BBL,
you know, as you're talking, I'm thinking about the
BBLs.
dollars, the money, all of that. School choice is also really important, Emily, because, you know, the parents aren't going to be cut a check for their investment over the last few decades. So they've got to get something now for that investment. And choice just feels like freedom feels like the right thing.
And it also, what is so shocking is that that's not the norm, that parents had to go to the Supreme Court to be able to pluck their children out from some type of indoctrination that went against their moral and religious values. En masse, by the way, you know, the group of plaintiffs represented a whole host of different religions, a whole host of different moral fibers, but the reality was they were united in wanting to have some control over what their children were exposed to. When you try to claw even $1 or an iota of power from a big wielding bureaucratic beast like the federal government under prior administrations, or like the teachers unions, or like the DOE in its prior form, there will be a fight. And what we are seeing in terms of what we covered yesterday, for example, the teachers union all of a sudden saying that it's saving democracy, but you have to raise $100,000 per candidate, dedicating all of their inertia and energy to somehow politicizing, doing everything but educating the children and honoring parents' wishes. So that's one tip of the iceberg of what we have seen in courts throughout the country, in fights throughout the country. So we are wresting power back, but beware, because it's a spitting, angry beast that we are dealing with now.
Well, look, the teachers unions also are decidedly political. I mean, they've got Trump derangement syndrome. They put out that statement. They take a hit at MAGA. I mean, they are very singularly focused on, look, it's the Trump administration that's the problem. dating all the way back to Ronald Reagan. I mean, either they don't read history or they can't hear us telling them what the history is. According to the research done by the Cato Institute, looking at data from 1970 to 2019, test scores for math and reading among high school seniors have not improved. So they spent all that money and no improvement, even as more money is spent even now on, just take a look at the screen here. I mean, Lisa.
That's amazing. Oh, you couldn't see the line for a moment because it's
well, you can see the line now.
So low.
Yeah. And I mean, look at that.
See, Harris, that's why I love President Trump and his administration and the people that he has surrounded himself with. So many business leaders, right? And when you're in business, outcomes, that reigns supreme. And we're spending $1 trillion per year on kids' education, yet 70% of students, as I mentioned yesterday, can't hit their grade level benchmarks in reading and math. So clearly the money we're spending is not producing the proper outcomes. And parents have every right to want to take back their kids' education. We've seen this litigated politically as well. A lot of parents were alarmed about what their kids were being taught during COVID, especially online learning, getting a close-up of some of the things that, were being pushed on their kids. And then we also saw this play out in the Virginia gubernatorial race when Glenn Youngkin won, because you had the Democrat candidate there, Terry McAuliffe, basically say parents shouldn't be in charge of their kids' education. They want the state, the government, to be in charge of your kids. We've also seen in some states and schools where they want to turn the kids against the parents. Oh, you can, little Johnny, you can be June, or you can be a girl. Don't go tell your parents, right? And so parents understandably are wanting to take back their kids' education, and President Trump is delivering on that. The only thing I'll end with is I also love how he told Secretary McMahon that he wants her to put herself out of a job. Yes. That's what she's trying to do here.
Well, and she says her job is just to wipe away the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And that's what she's trying to do. Look, you've got artificial intelligence energy at the center of a summit where the president is with Senator McCormick today. This is about the future of our children, too. If we kept giving them raises, those teachers union, and it yielded nothing between 1970 and 2019, why would we want to give them any more money?
Harris, I'm just going to say, in New York City, it costs taxpayers $35,000 per child to go to school. I think it's K through 8th grade. 35 per kid. And then you look at these teachers and they say, we don't have what we need in the classroom. So where is the money going?
You mean per year?
Per year. Per year.
That's disgusting.
Per student. Yeah. I think it's the highest in the country. And the reading scores and the math scores, not great. The kids are still reading below level. We're still math proficiency below level. And it's $35,000 because most of the money is going to salaries and benefits and not into the classroom. Now, will this new change bring more, more dollars into the classroom? I'm not sure. I hope so, because it's kind of sad to see these teachers asking, hey, we could use Kleenex, we could use rulers, we could use crayons in the class. They do a wish list every year at the beginning of the year for their class.
They should be embarrassed for spending, those unions, for spending dollars on their own political ads and aspirations.
But, I believe teachers should be paid more. Look, because if they are in charge of the future of tomorrow, which is the children, I believe they should be paid more, like way higher. But according to what's going on, there's actually disbursement of cash to these institutions, but these teachers are not getting what they deserve, and that's just pathetic. It is absolutely pathetic because teachers are doing essential jobs because you are entrusting your kids' future, basically, their education to them. So if you can trust a teacher to sort of indoctrinate your kid with whatever for 8 hours a day for 5 days a week, I think you should pay them more so they don't indoctrinate your kids with things that you don't want, and they don't get worn out, tired, burnout, and then they don't actually do their jobs the way they're supposed to. So teachers actually deserve to be paid more. They do. Because, these kids deserve competent teachers. All right? Teachers that know what they're doing. Now, with that being said, here we go. The five. That five.
Democrats dumping more gas on the anti-ICE fire they started, even as frontline agents face an 830% spike in violent attacks. The Rhode Island Democratic state rep just called border agents, quote, Nazi Gestapo thugs, following an operation that resulted in the arrest of a known MS-13 gang member. Great timing, kids. And the Looney Tunes over at MSNBC are freaking out over alligator Alcatraz, but they can't decide which Nazi smear to use. Watch.
That is traditionally called a concentration camp or an internment camp. And I wonder about your specificity in using that language.
Well, I sure as hell am not going to use what they're calling it. They want to ethnically cleanse this country of certain types of immigrants. Because when I was in that internment camp in the Everglades, I didn't see any Europeans who overstayed their visa. I saw nothing but Latino men and Haitian men.
And if that wasn't deranged enough, the media is doling out tips on how illegals can stand their ground against masked ICE agents.
When you're masked like that and people don't know who you are, someone might exercise their lawful right of self-defense to protect themselves, thinking they're being kidnapped. So the notion that this is for law enforcement's protection is utterly ludicrous, and we need to do away with that.
They've really raised their standards of attractiveness over there at MSNBC. Woo! That was quite a panel. So, Dana, there's one group, the Save America movement, that is raising hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach people how to stalk ICE agents. And we've seen that violence against ICE agents is up over 830%.
Right. So this week we came back from the weekend and we were talking about this still. Why? Because the Democrats are perpetuating the issue and ICE is continuing to do its job and it has the legal backing to do it. But you have ICE agents, they're asking them not to wear masks. But then the headlines are Antifa targets ICE agents at their homes. So what is an ICE agent supposed to do, especially, let's say, that your wife is saying, excuse me, we've got 3 children here, we have to protect them. And if they're willing to do this, remember, last week, the Democrats anonymously told Axios that they were recommending someone get shot in order to perpetuate the storyline. The other thing is, I'm not exactly sure about that group, but other groups like the Democrat Project, they spend all sorts of time and effort to try to get taxpayer dollars that they can then funnel into causes that they care about. They do this on education and DEI. They've done it on immigration. They do it with the teachers unions. They did it on the trans surgery stuff and the crazy opera that we heard about in Colombia. So all of those things are happening at the time when the Democrats are, I think, completely wasting their time on the immigration issue that should matter to them.
Yes.
Like, do they want to go and save the people at Alligator Alcatraz, or do they want to save the Dreamers? Pick one, right? And go as a group and say, Mr. President, can we see you for a second? Because we really messed up in 2017. We should have worked with you on that. We'd like to now. And see if he's willing to do it. And he might be. And that way they could change the subject from defending Alligator Alcatraz detainees.
Well, they have to do something because Democrats, as we pointed out in the last segment, they are underwater in the polling. I don't think immigration is necessarily helping them. I also don't think that one of the most visible mouthpieces of leftist causes, Rachel Maddow, calling prisons concentration camps. First of all, it's not appropriate. Second of all, it's incredibly offensive to Holocaust survivors and their families, many of whom tend to be Democrat voters.
I would agree with you. I think that, Dana, and you're saying it well, Democrats' unbelievable focus on the worst is distorting any kind of ability to get to a broader, smarter immigration policy. And it's completely distracting us from the issue that is dominating politics today, which is affordability. If you look at all the races around the country and look at the races over the last year, special elections, the last 6 months since President Trump's been in office, they've been defined largely by cultural issues and economic issues. We are wrong on a lot of this, the transgender sports issues, which we've got to get right on for people to even listen to us, let alone take us seriously on the issues that matter to their wallets and pocketbooks, and then get to talking about affordability and what we're going to do differently. Greg laid out a litany, enumerated 3 or 4 things where President Trump, there's an opening. And instead of not capitalizing, but offering answers, we're throwing flames on an issue that the president has an enormous amount of support for. Now, having said that, what the president's struggling with, Kennedy, I think, is trying to figure out what are we trying to get accomplished with our immigration policies. We know we want to get the worst out of here first. We know we want to clamp down our border, and he's done an excellent job at that. But now we're trying to figure out, and I keep saying this over and over and over again because I think it's true, what is the hierarchy that we're trying to get to when we talk about deportations? There are people who've been in this country, who have lived in this country, who've worked in this country, who are entrenched in this country in so many ways and are important to our daily lives as everyday Americans, who we're now deporting. And the question is that the group, are these the people we want to deport? That's where Democrats ought to be asking the questions of, instead of trying to defend the actions of people who apparently have committed the worst acts and frankly should be deported from the country.
All right. So is there a middle ground to be found here? Is there a risk for this administration that they go too far and deport too many people? And will that do damage to the movement and to the party?
Not to the movement, not to the party, maybe the low-wage economy, but then the wages are going to go up eventually and it'll be fine. Harold, it's time to fact check you. 70% of these illegals who are getting iced either have criminal convictions, criminal charges, or a judge has ordered them deported. That's the worst first. Don't worry, be happy. No American has been deported. Not a single American has been deported unless a family member was deported and they wanted to tag along home. Not a single person has been murdered at these detention facilities, and no one's been forced to work. So I also haven't seen a lot of white Europeans in these facilities because they're not the ones who have been breaking into our country. And if there are some Serbians that have expired visas, then send them to Alligator Alcatraz, unless they can play ball. And I'll reconsider, Harold. We had the warden of Alligator Alcatraz on the other night, and he said he caught Debbie and a bunch of these other Democrats mid-hoax. He said he caught one of these Democrats holding a thermometer up to a light bulb to prove that it was overheated in there. And then he said Debbie was putting to a sandwich across the room saying it was gray turkey. And it was in a package so she couldn't see it. And then the guy asked for seconds. Who asks for seconds for bad turkey? These guys have no idea what they're talking about, especially this crazy woman. She says, on the one hand, every migrant in America is terrified of ICE. And on the other hand, when they get arrested by ICE, they're not sure it's ICE. And it might be an ICE imposter wearing an ICE hat, an ICE badge, and an ICE vest. Can't have it both ways.
Oh, you go to prison for a long, long time if you're impersonating.
I've tried.
Especially federal
I'm going to be an ICE
enforcement.
agent for Halloween.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. We've been streaming for, wait, let me go confirm that. Wait, for what? For almost 4 hours. All right. Almost 4 hours. Y'all want to keep going? Look, it's past bedtime anyway. It's past bedtime, baby. Here we go.
But first, breaking tonight, President Trump says his attorney general should release whatever documents she thinks are credible concerning the late businessman and convicted sexual predator, Jeffrey Epstein. It's his latest comment in the ongoing controversy that has split many of the president's supporters. Meanwhile, there is new pressure tonight on Attorney General Pam Bondi from an unlikely spot, the top Republican in the House, the Speaker. Correspondent David Spahn has the story for us tonight. Good evening, David. I mean, this story does not go away here.
It's really not right now, at least, Brett. And Attorney General Pam Bondi is breaking her silence on this Epstein matter following a week of intense blowback from the MAGA base. She says, though, she's staying put despite calls for her to go.
I'm going to be here for as long as the president wants me here, and I believe he's made that crystal clear. It's 4 years, well, 3.5 now, right? Do you want anything else?
Bondi, at an unrelated event on fentanyl today, declined to expand on the reported fracture in her relationship with Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, who threatened last week to quit over the DOJ's closure of the Epstein case with a 2-page memo.
I'm not going to discuss personnel matters. I think we all are committed to working together now to make America safe again, and that's what we're doing.
House Speaker Mike Johnson pushing Bondi to do a little bit more, though. Watch.
She needs to come forward and explain that to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities. So let's get this thing resolved.
Well, today, President Trump, who's been tamping down the Epstein story and endorsing Pam Bondi, gave her some new latitude.
The Attorney General's handled that very well.
She's really done a very good job. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
However, Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, says it may not be up to Bondi.
Many of the things that are being suppressed by 2 judges in Manhattan, and they're doing it largely to protect the alleged accusers who are, in the view of the judges, victims. Pam Bondi and the Justice Department and Donald Trump are not responsible for that.
Part of the reason Ghislaine Maxwell, former girlfriend and associate to Jeffrey Epstein, is appealing her conviction to the U.S. Supreme Court. But, Brett, the DOJ is asking the Supreme Court to deny Maxwell's review of the case and leave her in prison, where she's serving a 20-year sentence for conspiring with Epstein in his abuse of underage girls. Brett?
But what's interesting is if Dershowitz is right, and it seems like he is pretty knowledgeable on this and has been a part of some of these cases, you wonder why the Attorney General is not saying all of that publicly, or the communication strategy here.
It's something that Dershowitz, yes, says it's up to 2 different judges. President Trump today, for the first time, we've heard him say that she has some more latitude to give out some more information. So we're going to see if she does provide some more information.
We'll track it all here. David, thank you.
Thank you.
I gotta rate this coming from the GOAT. I gotta rate this coming from the GOAT, yo. The GOAT says, Genesis, you are the best. I'll take that. Okay. I'll take that. Okay. The GOAT says, keep working hard. You are shining bright. He also says, Genesis, I have been giving the poor dams a break while I've been watching the live show. All right, man. I just got to give a shout out to the GOAT. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. And of course, our moderators, the beautiful C. Shelley. Thank you. I don't know if she's still here, or maybe she's off to get her beauty sleep. She deserves it. Shout out to MVP Jet MVP. God bless you, Brody. And who else? Who else we got? Derek. They're trying to get Derek, but Derek is ungettable. Okay. They're trying to get Derek, ladies and gentlemen. Who we got? Who we got, man? Shout out time. We got Liberty Bell. Shout out to Liberty Bell, man. God bless you. Man, everybody tuned in. God bless you. You guys are the best. Thank you for being here. Let's go. Uh-oh. They're trying to stop us, ladies and gentlemen. They said no. You've been going for way too long, man. All right, here we go. Yes.
The Messiah told the Democrats to quit the navel-gazing and whining and start acting tough. So what's Hammering Hank doing? Singing.
Congressman Hank Johnson coming to give you some more ear candy. Epstein died by suicide. Believe that, and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding armchair.
Now, Whoopi singing a little bit of a different tune. She said, Barack, don't you point your skinny little finger at me.
This has not been about Democrats laying back. This has been about y'all. This has been about y'all because their messaging was always the same. Democrats have been angry at what this man tried to do the last time. They've been angry this time. So with much due respect to you both, I believe you are pointing the finger at the wrong person when you say Democrats.
Whoopi's tired of Barack telling the brothers and sisters what to do. She's in the trenches every day, while he's in Honolulu getting henpecked by Michelle. The Messiah can't perform miracles anymore. And the God said he's a day late and $1 short.
It's mind-boggling to me when I hear people like President Obama say things that regular, everyday people been saying for years. We've been saying Democrats were cowards for a decade. We've been saying Democrats need to toughen up. And that cowardice is, why we're in the position that we're in now. So it's just wild to hear President Obama say that now as if Democrats haven't been cowards for the past decade.
The cowardly, lying Democrats should look in the mirror. Barack puppet mastered Kamala's campaign, and now everyone's leaking that he didn't think she was tough enough, so he hid her in a bunker.
They were afraid, right? They didn't trust her. They had her so wound tight. Like, if the cursing Kamala would have gone on the broadcast, she would have killed it.
Obama wouldn't let the best-looking attorney
Man,
general
she wouldn't
talk
have
to other
killed
guys.
nothing.
Look what happened when he let her talk to Brett Baer. Catastrophe. You cannot hide presidential candidates and then blame them for losing. You got to just leave it all out in the field. Biden still thinks he's running. So they took away his phone and changed his number. But he got a new one, and he called the New York Times to tell them that the auto pen signed the pardons because his hand was too tired. Joe with a phone is dangerous, and Democrats think something's up.
I think something else is coming. Why did he pick the phone up after 5 years and call them? Something is coming. I suspect they're laying the predicate that he delegated, and they put out these like drug offenses, which seem small because there's a bigger case coming.
I agree. If Hunter was selling pardons, I wouldn't use my own John Hancock either. I'd give it to the auto pen. Joe's the last gasp of the baby boomer Democrats before the party brings in fresh blood for the midterms. But they're filling their ranks with communists who will poison their chances for the general. Zoolander in New York, he wants government-run supermarkets and tax hikes on whites. And now staffers are pulling him away from the press like he's the big guy. Watch.
Building this coalition further and further such that it reflects the beauty and the breadth of our city. Thank you for your question, Ms. Sarah.
I think we're done here.
Channel 7,
We're going to go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to
We're wrapping up.
Like,
Sorry.
any politician laughing like this, you know they're lying. Any man that is running for office laughing like this, you know you're lying. Look at that.
Now, what
are you doing, bro? Laughing like he's laughing way too hard, bro. Look at this.
Breath of our city. Thank you for your question, Ms. Sarah.
I think we're done here.
Channel 7,
We're going to go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to
We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Now, what do Sleepy Joe and communists have in common? The more they talk, the more their staff wets the bed. In Minneapolis, the sheets are soaked. Democrats are running this guy for mayor. His name's Omar, and he wants to turn Minneapolis into Somalia.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support. There's always been a link between our community here as well as back home, and I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us.
A link between Minneapolis and Somalia? That may be a bridge too far. Omar wants price controls. He wants to defund the police and Trump-proof the city. Well, shiver me timbers, because these commie pirates are hijacking the Democrat Party ship. The consultants, they see the writing on the wall. They're telling campaigns, if you can't handle these swashbucklers, now is a great time to retire. So who's going to save the Democrat Party from this ship of fools? Here comes the great white hope. Captain Gavin Newsom. Barack told him to act tough, and Gavin's already cursing like a sailor.
Mother no bull believe that. Get out of here. This son of a God gift. I despise me for the I read too.
Gavin's state suffering from devastating fires and riots, so he left. He went to South Carolina to kiss babies and do 4-hour podcasts. Gavin's not officiating gay weddings anymore. He's talking to Navy SEALs and trying to act like one of the guys, but he keeps forgetting to uncross his legs.
Oh, man.
In the first few minutes, he talked about bow hunting, skeet shooting, and called the president a son of a bitch. And then he claims his hair caught on fire in the Palisades.
I was up there in the hills with these guys, and we all turned around when my hair literally burst on. There's a video of it. And they threw me in the car. The guy hits my hair and throws me in the car. Says, "Get out of here."
Gavin uses so much grease, the smallest spark turned him into Burning Man. We asked the governor's office to give us the video of him looking like Michael Jackson in a Pepsi commercial, but we haven't heard back. If anyone has the video of Gavin's hair going up in flames, text it to us. We want to see the tape. Maybe he got sunburned and made a mistake. He says he's made a lot of them.
What are some of the things during COVID that you think maybe were a mistake?
We were concerned it was airborne, and folks, we were worried about people being outside even. And we realized then, after the fact, what the hell are we doing shutting down the beaches? and open areas.
Do you think that some of the restrictions that you put in place created a mental health crisis by being locked up, by not being able to enjoy the outdoors?
It was devastating. Come on, man, of course.
Newsom says he was wrong about lockdowns, and now he's saying he's wrong about sex changes for 6-year-olds.
Is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man, I get it. So those are legit. You know, it's interesting. Just the issue of age. I haven't. It's interesting. As someone that's been so focused on equality, broadly, LGBT rights, particularly gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. Whole pronoun thing.
The whole pronoun thing.
Oh, God.
Once he got going, the governor couldn't stop talking about what his party was wrong about.
I mean, do you feel like the last administration was divisive?
I think, we got ideological, and failed at the border. And they've sent me 2 bills I've had to veto where they didn't want me to cooperate with ICE for these 11,000+ people. I just think they're wrong. My party's wrong on that.
Newsom's running on Democrats being wrong on everything. Well, that's a great platform if you're a Republican, so good luck. The governor even went a step further and said Democrats should wash their mouths out with soap.
Because you oppose sports does not make you a bigot, doesn't make you homophobic. There are certain people that cannot stand the community, and that's different. But the vast majority of the folks I come into contact that think it's unfair are good human beings, and I think we should treat them accordingly.
Well, Newsom better swallow a big bar of Irish Spring. He called Trump disgusting, appalling, sick, misogynist, narcissist, racist, unfit, and delusional. And after that, Gavin says he loves Rogan, guns, and the red, white, and blue.
Got to show our pride and patriotism a little bit more, not be shy about it. We celebrate all this, but we don't celebrate what unites us. The United States of America, these enduring principles of our founding fathers, taking the best of Greek democracy and the Roman Republic, 3 independent, co-equal branches of government, the rule of law. What a gift. They were imperfect, but man, what a god gift to this country. We're about to celebrate 250th anniversary.
Gavin has transitioned.
Oh, man, this man is campaigning hard. He is campaigning hard, man. There's no way he's not going to be the Democratic nominee for presidential seat for 2028. There's just no way, man. This man is campaigning hard. At least we got to give it to him, man. He is going on podcast and trying to walk back every single thing he stood for. Because in California, they still allow, man and women sport. Yeah, we know that. But Gavin is here turning the wheels in line.
Back into a man, and we're proud of him. Because before Gavin detransitioned, he sounded like this.
Black community does not need to change. We need to change. One thing is clear to me. We have a hierarchy of values in this country that diminishes certain people based on their color of the skin.
A history, though, that must acknowledge the shameful mistakes of our country's past. After all, America was literally built on the backs of black people.
Newsom's America's first AI politician. His Silicon Valley donors figured out how to make an algorithm to make him electable outside of California. And after undergoing political sex change surgery, Gavin is now a patriotic, anti-lockdown, trans surgery pronoun, and pro-border governor who loves capitalism, the Second Amendment, and the founders. Would Gavin admit he was wrong about everything if he wasn't running for president?
Are you gearing up for a 2028 run?
No,
of course.
I'm blown away the Democrats' obsession with just that sort of perfect person that's going to say, sort of this John Wayne thing, this romantic version of that person's going to say the day. Meanwhile, we're not doing the hard work. The more
Bro, just answer the question, yo. Answer the question, bro.
Trump keeps doing what he does, the more compelled I am to think about it.
What? you're thinking about it because of what Trump is doing, bro.
I've never felt more outrage, more anger.
Gavin's leaving the door open to come out of the California closet and save the party from the pirates. He's basically running as a 57-year-old Joe Biden, a straight white male who isn't as crazy as the rest of the communists on the ship. But the way it's looking, with this gnarly crew of identity pirates, they might make him walk the plank first.
Look, man, this is way too funny. Now, with that being said, everybody has been asking, because I see some comments in the chat talking about, where's the list? And I'm like, what list are you talking about? All right, here we go. CNN, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
If you wanted to stop people from talking about these Epstein files, Trump blaming it on his political enemies, claiming that it's boring, there's nothing to see here, and then Pam Bondi just trying to dodge it, none of that would make all of this go away.
Right. I mean, look, they're not helping themselves, but let's be fair. They're being asked about it again and again and again and again. And that's understandable, right, considering all the circumstances here. But I don't think, no matter what happens here, they're ever going to get the MAGA base that wants this is ever going to get the answers they want, right? They want names and they want a client list, right? We know what the black book is already. The black book is the list of the victims. That's the black book. We know he had a black book, and it was a black book of the victims, okay? Then you want to talk about another list. It doesn't seem there is another. There's friends of Jeffrey Epstein's, there's associates, there are flight logs. The problem with that is Donald Trump is on the flight logs. It doesn't mean he did anything wrong. But the reality is, if you want to say, I want to see every flight log, we know Donald Trump was flying with his kids, his infant at one point, from Teterboro, New Jersey to Florida on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. That's not helpful to Donald Trump politically. And as a result, if they're going to demand that everything connected with Epstein be released, it will include some stuff about Donald Trump.
But you don't know that because, first of all, we don't know what the victim testimony is. There are women. The part that I don't understand is Ghislaine Maxwell is sitting in prison right now for trafficking women. Young girls, excuse me, they were not women. Thank you for pointing that out. Mm-hmm. Did she just traffic them to Epstein, or did she traffic them? Wait a second. Or did she traffic them to other people? If so, who were those other people?
Let's not pretend we don't know anything about the case. She was tried. All the evidence came out. We know about the civil cases against her. We know what was redacted, what wasn't.
Well, first of all, what was redacted is what we need to know. But we don't know. We certainly don't know what some of these girls had to say about who they potentially slept with. But we don't know the answer to that.
We actually do.
And we don't actually, because we don't know if there's video of this. We don't know what Epstein had. We don't have access to any of that.
Right. This is like saying, there might be this and there might be that.
We don't know.
It's true. There might be, but there's no evidence of this.
We don't know.
That Dan is making,
bring it out.
The underlying point that Dan is making is that the secrecy is to protect Trump.
There we go.
A little bit. I mean, I don't think it's secrecy. I think Trump's right. Trump's right. There's nothing there. Trump's right on that.
Wait a minute here, Dan. So you think that the 200 young girls who testified, in Florida, for example, in Florida, it was 200 victims or survivors. I don't like to use the word victims. You don't think that those young girls slept with men? You don't think that those men were doing incredibly bad, wrong things to them, harming them?
Here's what we know.
Not just Epstein.
Right. But what's the evidence? I mean, you're asking me use common sense, right? So there must have been multiple assailants, right? Says who?
Says the survivors.
No. That's right. The ones who have spoken out have talked about the people involved.
Hold on, Dan.
Virginia.
Yeah, but wait. This is the question. Where are the survivors? They're saying there's a list, there's whatever. Okay, we get it. But where are the survivors, though? Call the survivors and point out who touched you. Call the survivors and let them point out who touched them. Easy. So, I don't even know what this whole situation has been on for years and years. If you have survivors, just gather the survivors and say, who touched you? That's it. And it's over.
How do we know that there were not? I think this is the whole point, right? The whole point is people want to know if there were other people. If the files substantiate what you're saying, that there are not other people, that's what people want to know.
There are other people.
Here's what Nikki Haley weighed in on this. She says, release the Epstein files, this is Nikki Haley, and let the chips fall where they may. This is why people don't trust government. You can never go wrong with being transparent. Redact the victims' names, but release the rest. I mean, Scott, this is the right that the deep state, they don't trust the government, they don't trust the people at the FBI and whatever. And they thought that when Trump got into office, he would address that by just releasing what can be released, let the chips fall where they may, and he's not doing it.
Well, today I heard him say, anything credible, sure, let's release it. Now the question is, what can the Attorney General release and what is not releasable? It's opaque to me, what they have and then what falls into those two buckets. That's number one. Number two, it looked to me like today the president was sending his signal, like, okay, fine. If there's something that's releasable and it's credible and it doesn't hurt any survivors and it doesn't implicate people on, second and third order hearsay.
That's not what the MAGA folks want. They don't
go ahead
want
and do it.
They don't want the no implication.
And who gets to decide that?
Right.
The Attorney General, right? I mean, it's on
the Attorney General who doesn't want to release any of it at all.
But that to me is part of the challenge, to be honest. And I know this doesn't follow the echo chambers of, cable news, but quite honestly, the people who believe in Pizzagate are not only driving what our government focuses on, but what legacy media focuses on. I've seen the breaking news banner all day about the Epstein files this, Epstein files that. And if we are so focused on sexual abuse, I just think the whole reason this became a big deal is because his base thought the Clintons were involved. So this became like blood to them. This was red meat to them. And the tofu that it actually is right now, that Pam Bondi's like, oh, never mind, let's everybody move on. If we're so concerned about sexual abuse of minors in particular, I'm curious if we can just shift focus on actual sexual abuse that happened. Southwest Key Programs, the largest shelter of migrants, minors. They were accused of sexual abuse multiple times during Trump's family separation programs in 2017 and 2018. In March, the Trump administration completely shut down a lawsuit that was going to hold this quote unquote non.
But look, this is bad. I'll tell you that much. This is bad. However, didn't we hear about like 300,000 kids that were missing during Joe Biden? Man, didn't we hear about 300,000 kids that were misplaced or lost, or, who knows? This thing is like, everybody wants to blame one party, this party, that party, that party. Look, it's not about blaming parties. It's about every single person doing the right thing. If you know it's bad, it's bad. Okay? So if you're concerned about this list, you should be concerned about the 300,000 kids that were missing during the Biden administration, because it's probably the same fate they met. It's probably the same fate. So this is disgusting, and it smells. Okay, it's like bad. All right. However, these folks, that's all I can say. These folks, man.
Profit accountable. If we are so concerned about sexual abuse, then where is the outrage from this MAGA base on the issues that actually matter? But instead, we are all being led by the nose by this tiny base of people, this MAGA base of people, the same people who followed the Pizzagate conspiracy. They are dictating what we're talking about all day across legacy media. And it is really frustrating to me to witness this because, yeah, I'm not saying that Epstein is not an important case. Then let the DOJ pursue it. That doesn't mean that we should be ignoring the 10, 15 more important stories that are happening. But instead, this tiny group, cable news executives, are like, no, this is red meat. Let's focus on this. And it seems like a disgrace.
I think we can chew gum and walk at the same time. JP Morgan Chase.
But we're not chewing gum and walking at the same time.
JP Morgan Chase settled almost $290 million, I believe, with victims or survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and whoever were his compadres in this despicable, heinous acts against these young women. They didn't settle for absolutely nothing. One of the most powerful banks in the country and arguably in the entire world. Epstein's estate settled millions and millions of dollars for a reason. And so my argument here is, regardless of your thoughts about Trump, regardless of your thoughts about the MAGA base, I think everybody at this table would agree that those young girls who are now women should have their day in court in terms of justice. And we
What
haven't
about
seen
the
that
migrant
yet.
young girls who were sexually abused?
I want them to have
Why
justice
is that
as well.
not as an
I'm not
important
gonna
a
ignore that
story?
because it is important.
Because his base voted for damage for somebody else. It was this
I don't
Epstein
know
case.
if you can say that in totality.
Of course
though,
they
Tiffany.
did.
I don't
Of
think
course
you can
they
say that in
did.
totality.
They don't care. They
So
didn't
do
care
you not
about
care
child
about it
separation.
though? Do you not care about it?
I don't think it is the most important story right
But
now.
is it an important story?
It is an important story. It's not the most important story. It doesn't trump, pardon the pun, it does not trump other more important
I just want to say that
I gotta tell y'all, man. I gotta tell y'all. Stinks. All of this is just rotten, okay? Bad. Bad for anybody who is involved or anybody who is trying to cover up anything. It's just bad. Okay, so it is bad. That's all I can tell y'all. Whatever you got on anybody, release it. Release it now.
Is
Shift
corrupt.
to shift.
No one, not even a president, is above the law.
Well, we have a Fox News alert. The Angle has exclusively obtained the criminal referral for Democrat Senator Adam Schiff. It shows the underlying conduct described could result in claims of mortgage fraud. The referral submitted to the DOJ by Housing Director Bill Pulte alleges that Schiff has, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, impacting payments from 2003 to 2019 for a Potomac, Maryland-based property. Schiff owns a home in California and another in Maryland. Well, perhaps, when the Democrats decided to have Mr. High and Mighty Adam Schiff head an impeachment witch hunt against Trump, they should have done their due diligence, not just on their absurd allegations, but on their own chairman. With us to analyze is Jonathan Fahey, former federal prosecutor. Jonathan, look, the mortgage fraud issue might seem technical or it's just a small, minor thing, but what can you tell us?
Well, when Trump does it, they make it seem like the biggest deal ever when they alleged he did it in the New York case. So that's a fun irony here. But basically, it's lying on a mortgage application to get more favorable loan terms. And when you say it's your primary residence, you get a more favorable loan term than if it's a rental residence or something else. And what's really interesting about this, Adam, this was not just coming from President Trump. 2023, the CNN reported on this issue. So he's on one hand saying he's a resident of California to run for office, run from House and then for the Senate, and also taking a deduction in California based on the claiming residency in California. And for the IRS, you can't claim residency in both California and Maryland. So he's got a lot of issues because it seems like however this breaks down, it looks like he's saying one thing here, one thing there. He can't be a resident of both places. So was he lying in California or lying in Maryland to get more favorable loan terms? But the irony is so rich here with all of the Adam Schiff, if it's Russiagate, the first impeachment, and now this. It's pretty funny.
He's denying the allegations, tweeting that this is just Donald Trump's latest attempt at political retaliation against his perceived enemies. So it's not a surprise only how weak this false allegation turns out to be. Again, kind of ironic, is it not, that he's claiming political retribution after what he did all these years? But these are forms, right?
These are forms. And it's ironic because also, again, CNN in 2023, when President Trump was not the president, was reporting on this issue. So President Trump just didn't pull this out. So this idea that, this is President Trump engineering this, That's not true. And also when he goes on talking about the Epstein files and other things, it makes you really curious, because if there's an innocent explanation, why not lead with that, right?
Well, nobody is above the law.
Yeah.
How many times did he say that?
Yeah, nobody's above the law. And if President Trump was fishing without a license, he would have been brought into a grand jury, and every Democrat would have been talking about the sanctity of licensing and things like that.
So you had Tish James in New York with this similar
Same exact thing.
And now Adam Schiff. And again, these are allegations. They would have to be proven. There would have to be a federal indictment that issues. But how serious is this criminal referral by the federal housing director, Bill Pulte?
I think it will be taken seriously. Does it mean it will ultimately lead to charges? Who knows? And one of the things they may want to look at, there could be a statute of limitations issue. The statute of limitations typically for federal offenses is 5 years. For bank fraud, it's 10 years. And one of the New York Post articles I read said there was a recent refinancing in 2020, which would bring it within the umbrella of the statute of limitations.
So if he hadn't taken out a mortgage, would any of this be an issue?
If he hadn't taken out a mortgage and said something that, again, we don't know their allegations, but something on there that's false, it wouldn't be an issue. But again, it's a pretty important issue, because if he's getting favorable loan terms because of it, if that's a lie, that's a problem. Or if he's lying to the residents of California saying, I'm a resident of California.
Oh, that's another issue. Yeah.
Elect me senator. That's a problem, too.
Got it. Well, we will see how this all turns out. John?
Well, it looks like what goes around comes around. There you go. Adam Schiff to Schiff. Hannity.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, the radical left is inconsolable. Their rage is completely out of control. On a positive note, they thankfully are no longer burning Teslas and attacking car dealerships. But unfortunately, and this is where it gets serious, they have a new target: federal immigration officials. Now attacks on ICE are up a whopping 830%. I wonder if it might have a little something to do with comments like these. Take a look.
If you've got a facility that's holding people indefinitely and there's no legal process to get in there and there's no legal process to get out, that is traditionally called a concentration camp or an internment camp.
This points to something bigger. They want more people behind bars. They want to incarcerate more people, and they want to ethnically cleanse this country.
We have a message for conspiracy nut Rachel Maddow and all her friends. And also coming up, we're going to show you the worst of the worst. But it's not just the Democrats. The legacy state-run media mob has become totally unglued and unhinged. Take a look.
Also, I want to respond to you saying that I was hyperbolic when I talked about a reign of terror.
Because that is hyperbolic.
No, it might be hyperbolic for you as a white man.
Oh, okay.
It's certainly not hyperbolic for me as a Latino.
Now.
No, I'm not being racist.
It's incredible to dismiss my opinion for being a white man.
No, I'm not dismissing your opinion.
All right, we have that entire exchange that's coming up straight ahead, but we begin with one of the reasons that...
Look, I am what I look like because I don't like using colors. But when anybody starts a conversation with because you look like that and because I look like this, it's already like we're going nowhere with that conversation, because everything you're going to say is based off of what you perceive about yourself, not what is actually going on in the real world. Because you're here on CNN, arguably one of the most influential cable news network on earth. And you're here saying it might be for you, but for me, I'm a Latino. What does that even mean, bro? You have the same opportunity because you're there on the same station. So you can't be using race, ethnicities for your own selfish gain, because at this point, people are now using these things for selfish gain. This is not 1950s or 1960s. Or 1800s. I'm not saying there are no bad actors. There are absolutely bad actors. Any industry you go to, there will always be bad actors. However, you've had the 44th president of the United States, Barack Obama. Okay? Look, everybody calm down. Calm down, ladies and gentlemen. Calm down. And live your life. Just go out there, fight for what you want, work hard, work smart, and do what you have to do. Don't be out here saying because they're white, because they're black, that's why they get no, bro. Chill.
Democrats are now lashing out, and that is President Trump has been, well, incredibly successful. Frankly, beyond even my wildest imagination. He is fulfilling promises, and America is on the mend. The Republican Party is even working together for a change for the most part. They have little intramural squabbles here and there. At the same time, the Democratic Party is a dumpster fire. But that's not stopping Chucky Schumer from putting a brave face and doing what he does best, lying to all of you, the American people. Take a look.
The bottom line is Democrats are united. We are fighting the high costs that American people pay. We are fighting the health care cuts Republicans are making. We are fighting the horrible bill that they just passed. Democrats are united, and we have been far more united, frankly, than the Republicans.
Oh, really? In reality, they're not unified at all. In fact, Schumer is a party leader in name only. Same with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Only in name only. As we speak, the Democratic Party, it is undergoing what is a scary transformation. Even Chuck Schumer himself is facing a possible primary. If he does, he will lose. The truth is, melodramatic socialists are now ruling the Democratic Party with an iron fist. The establishment Democrats, people like Schumer, Jeffries, they are completely powerless. They are terrified and they are paralyzed. AOC, the Squad, Jasmine Crockett, that's right, Comrade Bernie Sanders, and Pocahontas. They're all leading the way. But tonight, the rising star, the person stealing the spotlight, an actual Marxist, communist named Zoran Mamdani. As we affectionately like to refer to him on this program, Marxist Mamdani is the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next mayor of New York City. No wonder people are leaving in droves. Now, Mamdani has called for the government to seize the means of production. Confiscate private homes, set up government-run grocery stores. Grocery stores have a profit margin of 1% to 3%. He wants to defund the police, end cash bail, raise taxes, especially on people in, quote, whiter neighborhoods. Hadn't heard that one before. And as an added bonus, Mamdani seemingly supports a global intifada against Jewish people. But like any good socialist, well, really Marxist status, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. It takes the new Green Deal, puts it on steroids and human growth hormone. When he runs out of other people's money, he knows just where to turn in his life. Mommy and daddy. Take a look.
I think that the lack of matching funds makes class a major determinant in who can run and who can succeed when it comes to running for office. You know, I worked until January, and then I took time away from my job. And one of the major reasons I could do so was because I knew that if I ran out of my savings, my family would be able to support me. And that is not a luxury that many people have.
Marxist Mamdani can run to mommy and daddy. He grew up in a world of privilege. His parents are ultra wealthy. Outside of a couple of years in local government, short stint as a rapper, Mamdani, this guy's never had a real job, doesn't know how the real world works, doesn't understand basic economics. Now he wants to run the wealthiest, the most complex city in the entire world. The once greatest city in the world is now becoming an Adam Schiff hole. But don't expect Zoran Mamdani to answer any tough questions. You know, if someone in the media would actually ask him something important, his campaign, they have a plan for that. Loud music, interruption. Take a look.
Thank you for your question, Azir.
I think we're done here.
Channel 7,
we're going to go. Come on.
We haven't had a chance to
We're wrapping up. Sorry, folks.
Okay.
We're wrapping up. I'm so sorry, guys.
Sorry. Can we just talk about this notion
You mere peons, shush with those questions. How dare you ask a question? You know, we have Marxist Mamdani, would be a glaring disaster for the most, publicized city in the entire world. He's not only Marxist, running to be the mayor of a big American city. This now radical socialist senator is now in the running to be in charge of Minneapolis. this cancer is growing within Democratic Party radicalized ranks. This new radicalized Democratic Party, they're overjoyed. They are delusional. We're very happy for them. Already the entire party is underwater with Americans, polling at a pretty low 40%, which is even lower than June. And get this, according to another poll, Kamala Harris, she is the front runner for 2028. I'll take that match any day of the week. And to top it off, the congenital liar, Adam Schiff, he's now being accused of mortgage fraud by the President of the United States. Didn't he get one of those preemptive pardons? Just wonder maybe what the reason might be. Anyway, at the very same time, the state-run legacy media mob continues to push deranged conspiracy theories about Donald Trump. What a shock. They live Trump lives in their head 24/7. They can't help themselves at this point. If the dog bites, the bee stings, you're feeling sad, blame Trump, spread a conspiracy theory. Take a look.
Do you worry about Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and some of these types monkeying around with the midterms and the way we do elections in this country? I mean, with what they're trying to pull these days, they don't want accountability. They don't want Democrats getting the gavels in the House and the Senate, be able to hold hearings and start impeachment proceedings and so on. I mean, you worry about that, James?
In the short word, yes. In the longer word, very.
I think it's insane, honestly, to just assume we're going to have normal elections next year. I don't assume that.
Oh, fake news Acosta now believes in election integrity. Okay, Joy Reid, same thing. This is a delusional, insane group of people. Obama, and by the way, is so panicked, he is now begging, literally, for Democrats to toughen up and quit their whining. And his former chief of staff, Rombo, Deadfish, Emanuel, he's openly worried about the state of his own party. But he couldn't get elected. He'd probably be considered a moderate, which he's not. Take a look.
Just to give you a sense of how bad we are, Democratic Party is less popular than Elon Musk right now. That should be like a wake-up call how bad. The Democratic Party, we disappoint you. And I think if you look at these numbers, the Democrats are harder on the Democratic Party than others. And the reason is because they got disappointed. And they have every right to be disappointed in the leadership.
Now, a little advice from my Democratic friends. The constant whining from Democrats is less of a concern than the rampant extremism. They have socialism, communism, defunding the police, open borders, gender-affirming care for minors, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegals and for convicts, free college for illegals, coupled with tampons in grade school boys' bathrooms. It's very deeply unpopular in the country. And all for good reason. Hey, Sean.
Uh-oh. Hannity, y'all. All right, here we go.
Welcome back. From the big, beautiful bill to the next stage in President Trump's plan to save taxpayer cash, turning spending cuts from DOGE into law. The Senate set to take up a rescissions package this week that would claw back around $9 billion in federal spending. The House approved the bill back in June. They approved $9.4 billion in rescission cuts. That's what was asked for by the White House. The Senate, though, just made some changes to the package. In a moment, we're going to head back to the House. We're going to head back to the Senate in a moment and get a little bit of insight on why they carved out some $400 million from the ask from President Trump. But let's have a quick refresher on exactly the terms we're talking about and how one goes about putting together spending packages. First, Trump's big, beautiful bill was passed through the reconciliation process. That's a special legislative process designed to speed up changes in spending and tax policy, but only spending and tax policy. It is essentially somewhat of a budgeting mechanism that allows the House and the Senate to pass legislation with only a simple majority, 51 senators, for example, to pass a reconciliation bill. But then what is, therefore, rescissions? Well, simply put, it's the cancellation of previously approved government funding. Rescissions are proposed by the president, as I mentioned, forwarded by the White House over to Congress, approved by Congress. It's the kind of spending cuts that DOGE went through with a fine-tooth comb and suggested to the president. Now, when it comes to the $9 billion in cuts, on this rescissions package, what are we talking about specifically? Well, this is the Senate's proposal. $7.9 billion in cuts to USAID and other foreign assistance programs, and $1.1 billion in cuts for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which runs NPR and PBS. That adds up to a little less than the $9.4 billion the House and the White House wants to cut. Republican lawmakers are staring down, by the way, a deadline of Friday to get this measure to President Trump's desk. So where does this all stand? Joining me now is Louisiana Senator John Kennedy, who's also a member of the Budget Committee. Senator, thanks for being with us here today. I think let's start with the $9 billion package that's rumored to be coming out of the Senate. First of all, does that even have the votes in the Senate? Can you get 51 senators to approve $9 billion in cuts?
Well, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know. We had a luncheon meeting today. OMB Director Russ Vought came over and tried to explain the bill. I was pretty discouraged after the meeting. I would describe the meeting as organized grab ass. I mean, a million questions of Russ, a lot of whining. Put this in context. The president's asking us to reduce spending by $9 billion. Yeah, that's a lot of money, but that's 0.1% of the budget. And the spending he's asking us to cut is stuff like $3.6 million for male prostitutes in Haiti, $3 million to buy condoms in Zambia, $500,000 to buy electric buses for Rwanda. Just a bunch of spending porn. And I've listened to my Republican colleagues. I love them all. But I've listened to them for years, and certainly for the last 100 days since President Trump was elected, talk about the need to reduce spending. And here we are on the verge of the vote, and I don't know if it's going to pass. But I know this much after listening to all of this rhetoric about we need to reduce spending. If every Republican doesn't vote for it, we ought to hide our head in the bag, man. It's embarrassing.
I share your embarrassment, Senator. I actually think it's even embarrassing to ask for the trim from the $9.4 billion that the House and the White House have forwarded over to Congress. If the Senate can only come back with $9 billion, saving $400 million for, AIDS programs in Africa seems to be the hang-up at the moment. I think that would be somewhat embarrassing for the Senate. And I don't know who we're talking about, Senator. Collins, Murkowski, McConnell, Tillis. I don't know who we're talking about, but that would be embarrassing, much less it would be complete travesty to not even be able to get, as you point out, 0.1% of federal spending approved to cut?
Well, yes, the bill has been reduced by $400 million. I don't know why. I sat next to Eric Schmidt at lunch. He's handling the bill. All I know is that to make one senator happy, he had to reduce the spending cut by $400 million. And I got to tell you, Will, I'm tired of paying bribes to people to do the right thing. The reconciliation bill, we got it passed, but it was nauseating. I'll tell you what I learned from that reconciliation process and all the bribes that we had to pay. In the real world, pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. In the United States Senate, pigs just get fatter. And if they start having to bribe senators to vote for this bill, I'm off this train. I'm not going to take a bullet train to Chumptown. Now, that means that this stuff is very reasonable. The president is asking us to cut spending porn. And I'm going to raise fresh hell if they have to start reducing it even more to bribe senators to get them to vote. I'm sick of it.
Well, it'll be refreshing to hear that hell that is raised, because one thing we don't want to hear more about is senators that talk the good game on deficit and debt problems and then vote to save $400 million headed over to Africa, or can't even put together 0.1% of our federal spending. It is certainly maybe not a surprise, but certainly enlightening.
Well, what you do is what you believe, and everything else is just cottage cheese. We're about to find out what some people believe and who supports spending porn and who doesn't.
All right, Senator Kennedy, we'll be watching, as you point out. And
One thing is for sure, Senator Kennedy doesn't F around. Look, he does not F around. He does not F around, yo. All right, here we go.
Our Secretary Howard Lutnick is here. All right, Mr. Secretary, what's been going on behind the scenes with this economic engine?
Well, you've got more than $15 trillion of committed investment coming into America. So we know the economy is going to be on fire. You know it. Plus, you've got the tariff revenue pouring in. So Donald Trump is feeling very, very strong. And that strength is going to show up in his trade deals. So what he said to Indonesia today was very simple. Open your whole market. And I mean, open it. No tariffs, no trade barriers. And you can only pay us 19%. Think about Donald Trump. He's opening markets for our businesses to export, and he's earning us 19% to pay down our debt. I mean, he is fixing the trade deficit point by point.
All right, so we'll be able to have Fox News pumped into Indonesia so every single person in that country can watch Jesse Watters Primetime?
Exactly. That's exactly it. And we're going to do that. We've got it in Vietnam so far. You're already in the UK, so that's not
that's good.
But we've got lots of deals.
All right, good.
We've got lots of deals on the table, and it's up to the president to decide which ones he wants to do and which ones does he want to press the pedal to the metal and add more heat to the fire. But that's really on his desk, and that's what he's dealing with every day right now.
All right, so we got a huge AI arms race, Mr. Secretary. The other day, I saw a robot walking through San Francisco. I think he was jaywalking. But how soon are we going to see these things take over? Everyone's talking about AI.
Well, look, AI is going to help us.
This guy is so chilled. Lutnick is so chilled, man. He's brilliant. He's a billionaire, but he's so chilled. He's always smiling, being high-spirited. It's like people take life too seriously. Like, you're not going to escape alive, okay? We are all gonna end up in the same spot. So chill, relax, and just, be lively, okay?
Create advanced manufacturing in America, right? So we're bringing in all these trillions of dollars of investment, and we're going to need 5 million workers to build these factories and work in these plants, the AI plants, the fabs for semiconductors, the pharmaceuticals, they're all coming home. And we need automated plants to help us because, let's face it, those 5 million people, we've got 5 million people to go to work in these factories. We don't have 50 million. So we need the automation to take this $15 trillion and really reshore manufacturing back to America.
And when are we going to start cutting these ribbons on these big, big investment projects? We've got a lot of great announcements, a lot of money, but when do they break ground?
Oh, I get invited to these things all the time. I mean, if I went to these ribbon cuttings, so basically what's happening now is they're starting to move dirt. Right? They're clearing fields. They're doing dirt. You had Micron, which went to $200 billion investment in memory bandwidth, semiconductor memory, building in Boise, Idaho, just job after job after factory after factory. They're coming, and they're coming now. So I would say 1 year from today, you're going to see more than 1% GDP growth just from Donald Trump's plans of bringing in these factories and building these factories in America is going to add more than 1% GDP growth in a year.
All right. We want to see these factories more than we wanted to see those Biden electric car charging stations. He only built 7. So let's see if we can beat that, Mr. Secretary. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Man, this guy is the truth, man. I was about to say I fuck with this guy. Yeah, but I fuck with him. Yeah. High-spirited individual. All right.
The Trump administration will reportedly make millions of illegal migrants in the U.S. ineligible to be released from detention on bond while fighting their deportation cases. This as Democrats criticize the president over what they say are inhumane conditions at facilities like Alligator Alcatraz. Ron Vitale is a senior advisor for Customs and Border Protection and joins us now. So what say you on that? Do Democrats have a point with their concerns?
No, I don't believe they have a point. And where were they during the 4 years of the chaos
created by the Biden administration at the border, where tens of thousands of people were crossing the border every 24 hours. And we've seen the victims, the Gold Star families, the Honor Angel families all over the country who were victimized by people who were in the country illegally and were doing terrible things to Americans. And so they have no sympathy or sorrow for those people, but now they want, the Roosevelt Hotel style conditions for migrants who are in detention awaiting a removal.
Yeah, Ron, this is just some of what we've been hearing from House Democrats after visiting Alligator Alcatraz on Saturday. Listen here.
Every Floridian should be ashamed that our taxpayer money is being used to put people in these cages.
This place needs to be shut the hell down. Yep. It needs to be shut down. This place is a stunt, and they're abusing human beings here, and it's an outrage.
So it's about Alligator Alcatraz, and their most recent outrage is about the new ICE policy that blocks detained migrants from seeking bond. This is the Wall Street Journal. With a coming infusion of tens of billions of dollars from President Trump's signature tax and spending package, ICE is hoping to expand its detention capacity to 100,000 beds, up from roughly 40,000 under the Biden administration. Do you see a problem with that, Ron?
No, it's not a problem at all, right? They're going to scale up this capability so when arrests are made in the interior, when arrests are made at the border of people who come to the country illegally, instead of letting them go like the Biden administration did, they're going to be held until they have an opportunity to see a judge or until they're removed. And that is the guarantee of helping control the border. That's a guarantee to taking people that don't belong into the United States, that commit other crimes in the country, putting them on a path for removal. You need that detention space to guarantee the due process and the rule of law gets enhanced. It's going to make the border safer, and it's going to make the communities in which these people are removed from safer as well.
It seems that they are choosing when to be outraged over the treatment of migrants. This was a September 2021 video of those Haitian migrants in camps under the bridge in Del Rio, Texas. And also, remember these images of the Obama-era detention facilities. Rewind all the way back to 2014. And you wonder, where were the Democrats then, Ron?
That's 100% right. There were no tears shed for the thousands of agents that had to go to work in those conditions as well. During the COVID, you'll remember, we all got to stay home and work from our offices at home, but the Border Patrol agents, the front line of ICE and all of the department had to go to work every day and interact with people from all over the third world. No tears were shed by Congress during that crisis. When 10,000 people were coming across the border every 24 hours, that nonsense is over thanks to the leadership in the White House with President Trump and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. We've controlled the border in dramatic ways. It's almost unbelievable how quiet the border is as it relates to crossings. No releases into the United States for almost 2 months now. And so the border is in better shape than I've ever seen it, and being around this business for over 40 years. And now we're working on the interior, right? The largest deportation effort that the country has ever seen. And what it's all designed to do is to make America safe again. And we're well on our way. Congress can help by providing those resources. That was in the bill. We're now going to execute on that. And we're going to continue to make the country safer.
Well, Florida Congresswoman Maria Salazar seemed to try to calm any concerns about that facility. She joined Fox and Friends earlier today. Listen.
I sat on one of the beds. They were soft. They had 3 metal toilets with a little, like a little wall to cover people when they're doing their business. Mm-hmm. They had 2 telephones where they can call their attorneys or the loved ones. I mean, I can tell you on and on. So it meets the highest standards for any federal facility of this type.
All right, so I'll let you have a last word here, but something tells me the outrage coming from Democrats isn't over, Ron. Final thought.
No, it's actually fake outrage, right? These are the same people who signed bills to fund this activity. What are they complaining about? We're actually enforcing the laws that have been on the books for decades, and they want to complain because they know it's being successful. They know that the border has been effectively closed down, and this operation is succeeding on every level. Now it's time to scale it up, and the Alligator Alcatraz will be another asset that ICE can use to put people on the path to go home.
Ron, good to get you on the program. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. The next governor of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy. Here we go.
The next governor of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy. So you have politicians, Vivek, going to detention facilities and cooking up hoaxes.
I actually thought this guy was going to have a more impressive position in the Trump administration during the earlier stages. And he was part of Doge, and all of a sudden he wasn't part of Doge. I don't understand what happened. However, it's like Vivek is pretty smart. I mean, he is pretty smart. You know, I think he has a pharmaceutical business. He's an entrepreneur for sure, but he is almost a billionaire too. So, I mean, I'm not saying money equates brains, but it takes brains to make money. He's an intellectual, so I don't understand why he wasn't part of the Trump administration, but now he's going for the Ohio governor position. So let's see what happens.
To sell to the press. Why would they do that?
Of course, politicians, like you look at going to these detention centers and trying to create a media moment for themselves. That's just the profession they're in. But the fact of the matter, Jesse, is that most Americans want basic common sense. It's really simple. If you want to immigrate to the country, do it the right way. Come legally, make contributions to the country, follow the rule of law. If you entered this country illegally and you're committing crimes, you ought to be deported. If you entered this country in the last couple of years, there's no argument they've established roots in this country, you ought to be deported. And so I think that we ought to just do a better job of drawing a distinction that 80+% of this country agrees on. Do it the right way, legally. That's great. Make contributions to the country. And that's one thing. On the other hand, if you're going to enter this country illegally, we have no place for that in this country. We're going to stand for the rule of law. And frankly, most Americans I know from my state of Ohio to across the country agree on that basic premise. We stick to that, avoid the histrionics, stick to the facts, and we're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, like, so you get a guy to come in here, he commits a crime, he's got to go adios. So you get some Biden migrant who just got here, got a bunch of free stuff, they've got to go adios too. What about someone that came here 10, 15, 20 years ago? No criminal charges, they're working. What would you do with them if ICE apprehended them?
Look, President Trump's clearly thinking through that, but the corner cases, the gray cases aren't where they are right now. Right now, the question is, if you committed a crime, are you being deported? Should you be deported? The answer is yes. The question is, if you came recently, should you be deported? No arguments for having established roots in the country. On the harder cases, I have confidence President Trump's going to think through that and do what's in the right interests of the United States of America. But let's just take a step back even on the histrionics. You look at the extreme reactions right now to basic deportations. The fact of the matter is the peak right now, the rate right now is under arguably what the peak was even under President Obama. It's above Biden, but under what it was, for example, in 2013 under Obama. And so I would say let's put the histrionics to one side. Let's put the fake outrage to one side. Focus on the rule of law. Grow the economy for Americans here. That's what most people want.
All right. It is all about.
I got to say, man, this guy has a bright future in the Republican Party. Of course, he's not a Christian. I think is Hindu. I guess I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that he is not a Christian, and that may be a big factor when it comes to winning elections in America. Okay, man, look, it is just the facts. If you're trying to win election, people have to be able to, in some way, shape, or form, know that you sort of kind of relate with their faith. Okay, because people actually take their faith seriously. So he's not a Christian, and that may be reasons why, that may be a reason why he wasn't included in the Trump administration. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating. Okay, this is just my opinion. But he's a great person. He is, just from the way he talks and listening to his perspective, I would say he is a full breed conservative, like full breed conservative. Actually, he would be a very good successor to President Donald Trump. If he was a Christian and if he was like, I guess, the ideal player in that realm, but he's absolutely, legit. He is absolutely legit. With that being said, God is the greatest. America is the greatest country on the face of the earth. God bless you to everybody tuned in. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being a member. God bless you guys. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams and believe in Almighty God. God is the greatest. Shout out to the legendary Dr. Luke. Thank you, the GOAT. Dr. Luke, God bless you for being a member. Thank you to Ellie. God bless you, Ellie. Shout out to Sandra. God bless you. Shout out to Ingraham. God bless you. Shout out to Ringmaster. God bless you. Those are members. Thank you so much for being a member. And of course, I gotta give shout out to the moderators. Shout out to C. Shelley. God bless you, C. Shelley. C. Shelley, you can get your beauty sleep now. You can get your beauty sleep. Okay. Get your beauty sleep. Okay. Shout out to MVP Jet. God bless you, Jet. Shout out to you, Jet. And of course, who else we got in here, man? Shout out to Derek. Derek, God bless you for being here. And God is your strength, Derek. I don't know why I'm saying it, but God is your strength. I don't know why I'm saying that, Derek, but God is your strength, bro. No matter what you guys are going through, man, just stay strong. Do not throw in the towel. You just never know. You just never know. You might be close to the promised land for your future, for what God has planned for you. So just stay the course. Stay the course. You just never know. Life is hard. People are battling different types of demons in this world. Some people are battling grief, loneliness, financial situation, just so many issues. Okay. So please be kind to one another. Please be kind. And this is not the divided states of America. This is the United States of America. So please, everybody, come together. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, Progressive, Liberals. It doesn't matter. What matters is you are American. You believe in this lovely, gracious land that God has given us. Okay? Also, fathers, take care of your kids. Take care of your kids, fathers. It's hard. I get it. You gotta put in the hours. Go to work, extra time, whatever you gotta do. However, you gotta log in those hours with your children as well. You gotta invest in your children. And by investment, I mean time investment. It's not just about paying bills and stuff. You gotta pay bills, but you still gotta, spend time with your kids. It is very, very important. And shout out to the mothers as well. You mothers have been doing great jobs for a long time. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. With that being said, man, y'all have a good time, man. Y'all have a good time. Also, go outside, make new friends, enjoy the sun, enjoy the weather, breathe in fresh air. Don't just stay indoors all day without doing anything. Go outside, enjoy life. It's not just about politics, okay? You can't just sit inside and be watching MSDNC or CNN or Fox all day, okay? Let's go outside and enjoy life, okay? Enjoy life. Take a drive. Go to the park. It's free of charge. Go to the park. It is free of charge to go to the park. So go to the park, walk around the park, get your lemonade or get your water, or maybe, who knows, get whatever drink you drink and just have a good time, okay? Relax and be grateful for life, all right? God is the greatest. It is your boy Genesis, and you know what time it is. It is currently 8:32 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 16th of July, 2025. God is the greatest, and you are currently tuned in to The Genesis Show. See y'all soon.